walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean.
Here we go.
When you're at war, I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Hi, everyone. Hello. AMA saw it. AMA liked the dancing. Yeah, we were
Yeah.
both dancing.
Old guy dancing, caution.
Yeah, we love it. Okay. Hello, folks. There you go. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Dad, would you just try out your mic? I just want to make sure it's working.
Hello?
Excellent. It's working. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
I saw all of you complaining like a bunch of lunatics that I was a few moments late.
I do the same thing
No,
in the
no,
car
no, no,
loudly
no,
when
no,
I'm
no,
waiting
no,
for him
we're
to come
not-
out
we're
so
not
we can
playing
go
this game.
somewhere.
We're not playing this game. We're not playing
Damn,
this
I'm
game.
one of you people. I'm
Hey,
part of
I
the
was gonna
people,
say-
the uprising.
I was gonna say, I swear to God, Father, I swear to God. Okay.
Swear to Godfather, he's mafia. Corleone.
I swear to God. Okay, let's see. Who do we have here? Who do we have? We have, who do we got here? Cray Cray is here. Hello, Cray Cray. Now, Cray Cray says, has anyone actually read the files released? How is this country going on as normal? Cray Cray, for a number of reasons. One, people are getting tired of it. Two, a lot of the things in the files are unverified, and therefore the mainstream media will downplay them until they're verified, which is partially understandable. But probably other reasons too. But hello, Cray Cray, all right? Global solidarity, or Michael, I should say, or global. East Wing on White House can easily be destroyed, but building something new will be difficult because of protocol. That's for sure, global. Okay? Yep, you're right, global. Music about ice is exploding. Cray Cray, Pizzagate, Pizzagate tards weren't so wrong after all. This is madness, I know. Some of the weird crap in there, Cray Cray, is pretty loony. All right. Gluteomyalgia, hello, gluteomyalgia. I'm ignoring you criticizing me for being late. I'm going to ignore that, okay? I'm going to pretend like I still like you,
Not going to
gluteomyalgia.
work. I try to ignore it when he's late.
This is going to be a very long stream. Very long stream indeed. Okay, folks, so who else? Loiso is here again. I'm ignoring Loiso's assholery, mentioning a millennial work ethic or whatever. Screw you, Loiso. Gluteomyalgia. Hey, I'm a millennial, but an elder millennial, but a millennial nonetheless. Hello, gluteomyalgia. Don't you love the horrible disasters we've lived through? Isn't it lovely? One after another after another. Okay, Loiso, you're never allowed to leave. You're never allowed to leave, okay? AMA is here. Hello, AMA. Love your little, is that a little dancing skeleton or alien? I love it. I love it.
Oh,
Yeah. Tremendously tremendous says we are a country of passive bootlickers. So basically, tremendously. Now, not all of us, but I get it though. I will say this though, tremendously tremendous. There have been a lot of protests the last few days. Unfortunately, we need more than that, I think. But hey, yeah, you're right.
Also, too, it's a bit more involved in terms of why this country
Are a bunch of
hasn't
bootlickers
really risen up, because there's a history to that.
risen up? Hasn't risen up. Sorry, I'm being mean to you because they're mean to me whenever I say something incorrect. So this is projection, okay? Anyway, Father, don't hate me. Don't hate me. Okay, let's see here. We got Big Braden says, Sam, I think I got six stories to read, and I will have read all of H.P. Lovecraft's fictional work. Big Braden, good job. I love H.P. Lovecraft. As a person, he was deeply flawed, but yeah, cosmic horror is super interesting, right, Big Braden? Okay, let's see what else we got here. I'm going to skip through some. Hello, Resident Union Thug. Hello, Resident Union Thug. The whole family together again, Resident Union Thug. That should be a badge of honor. Right, being dispatched. Okay. Is everyone here old tremendously? I don't know. Some of us are old, but not all of us. My dad is ancient, practically a mummy.
With ancient age comes wisdom. As my son said, he's not old, therefore you can fill in the blank.
Okay, right. All right, I've been let's see here. AMA Gaming saw us dancing and said, "Get it, white people." Anyway, yeah. Because AMA Gaming is, I don't know. I'm not going to racially name AMA Gaming. Aren't you Egyptian or something? AMA Gaming, who knows? Whatever it is. One of the people that was colonized. Okay, let's put it that way. You know I'm joking, AMA Gaming. I hope you know I'm an asshole, okay? Matt Sai Guy says, Sam, you need to learn how to dance. Hey. Okay. Yes, Matt Sai Guy, I can do some bachata and some merengue and not very well at salsa, but a lot of other stuff I can't do, okay?
Like tripping, falling on his back, you can do those things too.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
I don't mean tripping like, whoa, man.
Yeah, well, I can do that too. All right. Let's see here. Hello, a bright love. Glad to see you here. Body swap. Glad to see you here too. My God, there's a lot of people. Oh, I might not be able to name everyone. Hello, Macon. Hello, Phineas. Hello, Victoria. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. I'm not gonna have to be able to read everyone's all the way through, folks. That would be Coffee, Resident Union Thug. Coffee. All right, friend. It's old coffee though, so it's kind of stale. Mr. King K, hello. Who else we got here? Okay, well, I think we get the idea. Hello, Dolly Boy. Okay, we're done with that. Jesus Christ, it's gonna take forever. It is Coffee, Resident Union Thug. I wish there was some, what is that called? The stuff that, Irish liquor, or what is it? The coffee flavored. Well, no, there's also Bailey's Irish liqueur, right?
You're talking about Irish coffee?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Whatever, I forget it.
Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
Single peat malted whiskey from Ireland.
There you go. Okay, no, not whiskey. I don't mean that. Okay. All right, you guys. So everyone ready? We got some stuff to do. Obviously, as you can see, Papa Revolt is here for your entertainment. It is a Saturday, so we have to bring out the monkey because that's when the circus brings out the monkey. That is on Saturdays. Being an asshole, I just want to get into a fight. So Papa Revolt will be joining us for as long as we can, as long as we go for.
As long as my bladder holds.
Yeah,
out.
as long as his bladder holds out. And as always, folks, if we get as long as we get if we get one super chat, I'll put on the jester hat. If we get 3, jester collar. If we get to 5, my father will paint my face for me. And I know I never even asked him permission, but that's what's going to happen. If we get to 7, we'll play a game, and if we get to 10, I don't know, we'll do something.
I'll have to go to the bathroom for a long time if you get to 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure you will. Probably after 5 minutes. Okay, anyway. Everyone ready? Okay. Hello, Chelosoon Park. How much beer do you drink? Not that much, unfortunately.
He doesn't.
Yeah, there you go. My dad knows. I have like 1 beer once in a while on stream, but that's about it. I don't drink much more because I can't, because of medications I take. But anyway, okay. All right, here we go. Everyone ready?
Oh, and I do homebrew beer.
Yes, he actually brews beer. He does home brewing. There's a whole bunch of kegs in the next room for all the beer he brews. Okay. All right. So guys, what we're going to do first is we're going to, now my dad doesn't know this. I'm kind of surprising him and ambushing him, but we are going to play a game with my dad. All right. So I'm going to put up the scene here just to get us started. Okay. This is a game that I used to play with my students. Okay. This is a game I used to play with my students. All right. And we are going to sort of prepare. Does the audio sound weird to anyone? It keeps sounding weird to me. Anyway, we are going to basically, I'm going to show off my father's intelligence to everyone. I'm going to show him a document or a quote from a document. Okay, a historical document. The name of this game is Who, What, Where. Now, I wrote down the dates of the documents. He will then have to tell us. We're just doing this at the beginning, guys, and then we'll get into the news. All right. This is sort of a brain readiness thing. Okay. Brain readiness.
Disclaimer here. Since you're doing this to me, I
was going to tell you that. I was going to say this, Father.
I will say it. You
Okay.
don't have to say it for me. It's been quite a few years since I've taught
Yeah,
some
he's
of this
modest.
stuff.
He's
Although
modest.
I've taught a lot of these documents,
He'll do
I'm
fine.
thinking the little minutia things,
Ignore He'll be fine. He'll be good. Okay. So, okay, yes, it's been a while since he's taught, but trust me, he'll do fine. I know he's nervous probably or something, but don't worry because he's gonna do great. All right. All right. So this is how we're gonna do. Thank you, AMA. So this is what we're gonna do. All right. So I'm gonna. He doesn't know. He didn't know I was gonna do this. So this will be a good way to sort of. Okay. So no, there are no Okay. So first document. All right. So this is an easier one. And I'll read it out loud for everyone to hear it, and then we'll see if my father knows who, what, where, okay? Where it's from, who wrote it, or he doesn't have to get exactly who wrote it, but like the kind of people that wrote it, and then I'm hoping he will tell us a little bit about it, all right? So here we go. This document says the following. Number 23, if a robber is not caught, then shall he who robbed claim under oath the amount of his loss, then shall the community, and on whose ground and territory, and in whose domain it was, compensate for him for the good stolen.
Hammurabi, it's code.
You got it. Okay. So this is Hammurabi's code. Okay. The next law here: if persons are stolen, then shall the community pay 1 mina silver to their relatives. And then if a fire breaks out in a house and someone who comes to put it out cast his eye upon the property of the owner of the house and take the property of the master of the house, he shall be thrown into that same fire. Ooh. Oh, that's a punishment, isn't it? Okay, so yes, Dad, and this is from 1750 BC. So it's the Code of Hammurabi. My dad got that correct. Dad, where is it from?
Mesopotamia. Well, that's the region.
Yeah, that's fine.
It would be the I guess Sumerians.
So Iraq Iraq or Syria or
over
something
in that area. That's
the
Twin Rivers, Tigris, Euphrates.
Absolutely. So tell us, what's the importance of the Code of Hammurabi?
Oh, it's one of the first written out law codes. And if you read it through, it in some cases it gets more violent, but if you read it through, it's trying to instill order within his kingdom, and also trying to put on to the people responsibility. I think this kind of points it out.
Yeah.
But it's a law code that so that it wasn't just chaos.
Yes, Big Braden. So this is debated, Big Braden, but it's definitely one of the oldest civilizations we're aware of, is Sumeria. Okay.
One of the cradles of civilization when they talk about cradles. That's one of the places.
One of the famous lines from the Code of Hammurabi is an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Okay. A lot of the justice in the Code of Hammurabi is basically like if you poke out someone's eye, they get to poke out one of your eyes. Okay. It's kind of basic stuff, but this was one of the first like major attempts at a law code. All right. Okay, so that would be the Code of Hammurabi. Yay, my dad got it right. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, wait, you know what? I need the sound effects.
That was an easy one.
I know, I told you the first one was going to be easy.
Oh, so the next one's going to be hard?
Yeah, they're going to be harder, but they're not. It's not like they're not horrible. You will be fine, all right? Yeah, we still quote it to this day, Dolly Boy. So, let's see here.
Some people still believe in that eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth.
Yes, they do. You know, like Donald J. Trump, whatever his name is.
Yeah. We haven't changed in over 3,000 years when it comes to that.
Yep.
And we're civilized.
I don't like that sound. What about this? Is there a better sound? No, that's way too much like that one. Okay, fine. That works. Okay, we'll just do the first one. There we go. So that would be correct, all right? Yes, please like the stream, folks, if you don't mind. Help get more people in here. Everyone ready? Everyone ready for the next one? Okay, Dad, ready? Here's the next one. Here is a quote. This quote is from 1994, all right? And again, if you don't know the exact person, just take a guess, all right? Here's the quote. Kindness is not an illusion and violence is not a rule. The true resting state of human affairs is not represented by a man hacking his neighbor into pieces with a machete. This is a sick aberration. No, the true state of human affairs is life as it ought to be lived. 1994.
Machete, I think, is part of the key. Mogami?
Who? You don't have to say the name, but like, what guy are you trying to talk about?
Part of the liberation movement in Rwanda.
Like the guy from Hotel Rwanda, or you mean like Paul
The
Kagame.
leader. I was going to say.
Gotcha. Okay,
the
you're
leader.
very close. It's Paul Rusesabagina.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you're close enough. Like you don't have to get it exactly right on who it was. So okay, so this and so where was it from, Dad? Where is this quote from?
Where's it from?
Yes.
The movie.
No.
I said Rwanda.
Oh yes, Rwanda. Got
That's
you.
why
Okay.
I got confused.
I got you. Okay. Yeah. Well, I get you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm quitting.
Why?
I didn't hear the bell ring.
Oh yeah. Sorry. You got the correct.
Thank
Yay!
you.
Okay, correct. Okay. Again, you don't have to get it exactly right as long as you get like
Yeah,
people,
I know that. I
people
want
that
the
were
bell.
resisting. Okay, I got you. I know. I'm just saying. All right. So okay, yeah. So this is from Paul Rusesabagina. What is the why do we care about Paul Rusesabagina and that event?
Because he was
Dolly boy, calm down, Dolly boy. All right.
he was the man in the storyline of Hotel Rwanda. And it was the Rwandan genocide involving the Tutsis and the Hutus and Belgium and
That's a terrible answer. What is the historical relevance?
historical relevance.
Yeah,
how much you want me to tell you?
What's cool about Paul Rusesabagina? Like, why was he?
He was protecting people at the hotel in Rwanda. At a hotel in Rwanda.
There we go. Better.
And protected them from the Hutu vigilantes going around cutting people up with machetes, which the Hutus had actually purchased from China and used those machetes to chop people up.
There you go.
In the streets and leave them there.
So he was a really cool guy, right? And he protected a lot of people. Yeah, he did.
No, he wasn't a cool guy. He was one hell of a hero.
There we go.
Cool hero. Hero.
God, okay, whatever, close enough. All right. Okay, so.
And I take it Martin Luther King Jr. was just a nice guy to you.
Jesus Christ, you're a monster. Yeah, why does my mic sound distant, folks?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Louise.
Not right now, but it did.
It did? Okay, that's weird. I think it might be because we have it set up. No, my mic is on. It's just being weird. I think it's just because we have two of them set up. Okay, whatever. It's fine now, right? You can all hear now.
I think the fates are trying to silence my sound.
Maybe. Oh, did it fix it? I think maybe it was just loose. Okay, well, you can hear me now. All right, here we go. Next one, okay? Here we have a message. Now before, okay, calm down. Wait, relax. Let me explain it before you say anything, okay? This is from 1944, and the original note that was sent does not exist, okay? But this is what... Correct, Big Braden, but this is what this note says. In reply to your inquiry as to my actual reply to the German surrender demand at Bastogne on December 22nd, 1944, the answer was nuts. Okay, so what is this? It's a document, and it says it's from 1944 that just says nuts. What is this? Where was this from? Who said it?
Okay, World War II, Bastogne, Belgium. General McAuliffe, the American general there, holding Bastogne, which was a crossroads for the Germans that the Germans had to seize to move quickly during the Battle of the Bulge. And the 101st Airborne was defending it against overwhelming odds. And when a German soldier came with a white flag, requesting that McAuliffe for surrender, or his commander, the Nazi commander, would kill everybody there. McAuliffe supposedly turned to him and said, "Nuts." Now, there's more to the story.
Yes, so he verbally said nuts, and then that was communicated to the Germans, but there's some other stuff in there, right?
Which I'm not going to get into because it's just not too long, but it'll just, yeah. But yeah, that technically, in essence, whichever one you want to agree he said as an answer, it comes down to nicely saying nuts.
Yeah, so it's cool. It's just a cool document because this American general was refusing to surrender at the Battle of the Bulge, was refusing to surrender, and he just said nuts in reply to the Germans asking him to surrender.
And the Germans were confused by what the word.
Yeah, they're like, what does nuts mean? Okay, anyway. How does the volume sound now, guys? Turn it towards your dad right now. It stops picking. Wait, no. I'm reading something else. Sorry about the mics. Turn it towards your dad right now. It stops picking you up every time you turn him even. So I should not turn to him at all. Is that what you're saying? I should go just like this. Does this sound better? I won't look. Okay, I'll just go this way. Whatever.
Now,
It's fine.
wait a minute. I'm having trouble with the sound, though.
What do you mean you're having trouble with the
I
sound?
don't hear the correct.
Okay, stop. Don't look at me. Talk into that.
I don't hear the correct dinging noise for it.
Yes,
being
I haven't
correct.
gotten to it yet because I'm trying to fix the sound. Okay.
But I was corrected a little while ago.
There you go.
There, that's
okay.
better.
All right.
I heard that.
Jesus Christ. All right. So that's
Thanks for the compliment, but I'm just dead.
okay. All right. So here we go. Let's go to the next one here. We got 3 more, and then we're going to go into the news. All right. Sounds good to you, Kayla? Excellent. Here we go. Next one. This is from 1917. 1917. Okay. Hello, Mr. Crispy Toast. Dolly Boy, you calm down. Okay. All right. So everyone ready? So here's the next one, right? This document is from 1917, and it says on here, we intend, I'll read it here. We intend to begin on the 1st of February unrestricted submarine warfare. We shall endeavor, in spite of this, to keep the United States of America neutral. In the event of this not succeeding, we make Mexico a proposal of an alliance on the following basis. Make war together, make peace together, generous financial support, and an understanding on our part that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. What is this?
That is...
First of all, who sent it? You don't need, like...
Well, I'm going to say... Kaiser Wilhelm.
Okay, so the Germans?
Yeah, the Germans. It was actually his minister of foreign affairs, who I can't remember right off the top of my head. But this is called 2 different things. Zimmerman was the guy. Okay. Foreign affairs. It's either called the Zimmerman Note or the Zimmerman Telegram. And it's basically asking Mexico to attack the U.S., to keep the U.S. out of the war against Germany, World War I, or the Great War, as they call it, oxymoron there, to keep us out of the war. Because we were swinging more toward favor Germany. When the war broke out, the American public was, those that wanted the war, they were split, about evenly split between half the population that favored the war was pro-Germany, the other half was pro-Britain, and so it didn't look like we were going to really get involved a whole lot.
Yeah.
And Germany wanted to keep it that way, but what had happened was the
Hello, Mithril.
The sinking of the Lusitania, that was blamed on Germany, which is a whole story in itself. But and a lot of lives were lost, and some of them were American lives. And suddenly, people who were either on the fence or somewhat favoring Germany swung anti-Germany.
Yeah.
And so to the Kaiser, it was like, and to Zimmerman, it was obvious the U.S. was going to get involved in the war. So it was like, if Mexico can go to war, then Germany won't have to fight the Americans. And Germany was on the brink of possibly making a breakthrough. Possibly. That's
debatable. Yeah.
But at least you didn't have to worry about the United States coming in.
Yeah.
And this note was intercepted by British intelligence, this telegram, and it was published in American newspapers before British intelligence gave it to our president, President Wilson. They gave it to the newspapers first, and then Wilson, but by then...
Because the British wanted us to join the war.
Yeah, and Wilson was trying to gently not, sidestep the issue going to the war, but so they knew, the British knew, giving it to the newspapers before Wilson and the people finding out about it, then it would not do anything. It would put Wilson into a corner.
Okay. Well, there you go. So that's the Zimmerman telegram, and you were right about that one. Whoop. Okay. Next one. Last 2.
Oh!
Yeah. This one...
That's a picture.
Yes, it is.
I can tell you what it is.
Yeah, well, let me get through it. Yeah. So this is an image from 1990. I'm sorry, not 1990, 1900. Okay. And go ahead. So where is it from? Who made it?
It's from the region of Central Africa called back then just generally the Congo. And what we have here is that, oh, I've learned to really hate this guy.
I know, God. Remember
Not the
yeah.
guy in the picture, but it was King Leopold of Belgium who claimed the Congo not for Belgium, but for his personal use. It was full of natural resources. Everybody thought, and even today, there's even some struggling in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or Zaire, also called Zaire at one time. But anyway, for the natural resources, and here comes the issue.
Rubber.
Well, rubber back then, especially, we're talking about really getting in high gear here with the Industrial Revolution, and rubber was made practical because somebody found out. Rubber, if you made something out of rubber, just rubber, it would eventually dry out and crack. Well, a discovery was made by a man by the name of Goodyear. Was it Goodyear?
I don't know, but
anyway,
probably.
He discovered vulcanization, which gives the rubber the pure natural rubber elasticity and longevity.
Maybe it wasn't Goodyear. Maybe it was Firestone or whatever. What is it called? Fire? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Anyway, which revolutionized rubber, and what with the advent of automobiles and a bunch of other things, rubber became extremely important. And what happened was that King Leopold sent a lot of people over into the Congo to explore it, exploit it also, and pit tribe against tribe. The boundaries of the Congo that Belgium / King Leopold created, actually, it isn't like France, where who lives in France? Oh, most of them are French. Who lives in Germany? Most of them are Germany. Who lives in the Congo? Oh, a lot of different type of nationalities of people or
languages,
cultures, languages, and some of them don't like each other, just like in Europe. They don't like each other, but the Belgians underneath Leopold forced them and used that dissatisfaction among some of the cultures there to enslave the people and use them to extract these natural resources. And he actually gave guns to some groups in areas where there was another cultural group there that they hate it, and put authority over that group with these other people, made them slaves. Now, this picture, the guy in white, it's actually a minister.
By the way, real fast, Leopold, to be clear here, Leopold actually made the Free Congo state his personal property. Yep. It was not like owned by the Belgian government. It was owned by Leopold personally. It was his personal property.
Yep.
So I guess, the Belgian state, but it was like the whole territory of the Belgian Congo was like a giant plantation for this monstrous man who's just as bad as Hitler, if not worse, but no one ever talks about him.
Matter of fact, he is they committed a genocide there.
Yeah.
And it's considered by many historians as the first modern genocide in more modern history since the Industrial Revolution started. Anyway, the guy on the left is a minister. There were a lot of people who were upset with what was going on there, a lot of Europeans. And this minister went there, and other people like him would go there and have pictures taken of the victims and send them back to be published.
By the way, the victims had their limbs removed.
And that's what's happening here. If you didn't work hard enough, you could be beaten on the spot. If you refused to work or still didn't work hard enough after being beaten, they would cut off a hand. They might cut off both hands. I have shown pictures to my students of this stuff, and some of the people there, and a lot of them are kids, are missing both hands, missing a foot. And they were hacked off. And what the Belgians would do underneath Leopold's orders, they would then take the severed limbs and stack them in the middle of the village and basically threaten the villagers, you move these limbs, you'll be next. So they wanted to leave them there as show of terror.
Yeah, like, guys, one of the worst, and it's estimated that something like millions, maybe 10 to 13 million people died. 10 to 13 million Congolese people died. Um, like really one of the most disgusting crimes
Yep.
in human history. Piles of limbs. Uh,
And all this wealth that Leopold got, he used a lot of it to modernize Belgium because Belgium had fallen behind modernization with the rest. Oh, that's the one
I'm
I would
trying to
show.
find the
That's another one
picture.
I would show. This one I would
Is
show.
that are those limbs? No, those
No,
are.
no. That one picture I just pointed to.
I don't know. I don't
It was
see where
down.
it
Go
went.
down. No, it was at the very
I know.
top.
I don't know where it went. It was there, but it's gone now.
And that's King Leopold, right? Oh, there we go. Let me see here. This one.
Oh yeah, here's another.
This is one of the ones I would show.
I don't know where it went. It's
Okay.
gone. But yeah, this one is
Another one I'd show.
yeah, of little kids missing some of their limbs. They're like you can actually I can't find them right now, but there we go. Like little
There's
kids
one.
missing limbs. Like absolutely horrific stuff. Here's some people. There we go. This is a guy looking at his I believe it's his own foot and hand that has been cut off. Like the brutality, I can't even describe it. Anyway, so yeah,
go ahead. Okay, the what he did, and there's a big controversy in Belgium today about this. King Leopold.
yeah, Drusilla.
Pardon me.
I said yeah, Drusilla. She said on kids. I'm like, yep.
Yep. And we're talking young kids. You can find these pictures as evidence. A lot of this evidence was made by people who went there to gather evidence to show the brutality of Leopold, especially missionaries. But anyway, what I want to say is he then used a lot of that money to bring Belgium more into.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second, Dan. HGMS, I apologize. You're correct. HGMS says that's not his hand. It's his infant daughter's hand. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
thank you, Outer Signal. Yep.
So he then used it to help modernize, build bridges, schools, and stuff in Belgium. Because Belgium at one time was quite wealthy, going back earlier into the earlier colonial days, but now it also too war being the crossroads in Europe, invasions from the east to the west and west to the east in Europe. It fell behind the rest of them. So he did it to modernize. So Belgium, he used this blood money to modernize Belgium, and he was a hero. There's statues to him in a lot of places. Him on a horse, especially. Even in Democratic Republic of the Congo, there's a statue to him. When I say recently, I mean, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, the Congolese took it down. But there's still some up in Belgium, and some of the people in Belgium are a lot of them are just really upset that these statues are still there. We're honoring a man who committed massive genocide, and some people have taken statues down. Other statues are still up, and there's still heavy, in some cases, angry discussions in Belgium, especially among academics. Should these statues be up there? And my son and I saw one.
Yeah. Remember I told you guys how we got stuck in a roundabout?
A huge roundabout going around the palace.
Yeah, we were in Brussels, Belgium, and it's a terrible city, by the way. Like, it's a fine city. It's just really hard to get around.
Where we were, it was
very
traffic was also, it was nearby NATO headquarters and all that.
There was a lot going on.
A lot going on.
We got stuck in a roundabout trying to find out where to go, and in the middle of that roundabout was a giant statue to Leopold. So these two history teachers were stuck, pissed off in this roundabout, having to circle Leopold of Belgium over and over and over again, and we practically lost our minds.
Well, I don't know if it was the recent or an older. It was in the courtyards of a palace that was there. There was a huge palace there in the middle of the roundabout, and there was that statue, and we recognized it right away because that's the image you have of Leopold when it comes to statues. And so, like I said, they're still struggling with that today.
Yeah, and let's guys, we know, right? We know why. Come on, we all know why this isn't talked about as much as Hitler, right? Like, we know. Come on, we all know, right? Come on. Like, this is why I'm always mention Leopold, because most people, like, so many Americans don't even know this happened. So many people in the world doesn't know it happened, right? We know why, don't we? Come on. Like, right? Like the people that were killed here were not Europeans, right?
Well, they're also not here. They're not spokespeople. Whereas I know what you're talking about, but a lot of the under the Nazis, a lot of people killed. The survivors are still living here.
Yeah,
So
but there
they can,
were
if they want to
survivors of the
serve.
Belgians and things like that. But because that was much
Well, I'm not.
earlier.
I know there were, but they weren't brought. They didn't live in Western Europe or the U.S. They still lived there, and they've been trying to get the word out. But it's one of those things of, I just spent time on it because it's like you got to know, because when we do get to the Holocaust,
Mhm.
I want you guys to know that this wasn't the first genocide.
Yeah, no, I know we talk about it, but there's a reason why it's not like this is barely talked about in a lot of history textbooks and stuff.
Oh, I
You
don't
s-
remember even seeing one.
Exactly. That's my point. It's like, why then do we talk about the Holocaust? Okay, but it's definitely a big race issue there too. It just is. It's gone. There's also been studies on that. All right, and the fact that like it's still okay to put up a statue of Leopold when no one would dare put up a statue of Hitler. Okay, so all right. Um, so thank you, Dad. So there's that one. All right.
I guess you might say that we and the Belgian people, according to Trump and his MAGA people, were woke.
The us and the oh, you mean the people that are trying to yes, yeah, we're woke because we want to tell the truth. Yeah, exactly. Okay. God. Huh. All right. So all right. So here we go. Now, this one, Father, this is the last one, guys. And guys, there are some words. I'm gonna use a word that I know will make people uncomfortable. Just understand that this is not the same as the other N word that we use. This is a word that was very common to be used. It was not a slur. It's not a slur today. But it's very outdated in terms of referring to black folks. I'm going to be using it though because it's a historical document and I need you to see what it says, okay?
And I'll tell you right now, the word he's going to mention, it's like you said, it's not the N word,
There you
but
go, Letitia.
but it's also still today considered kind of a slave term
Yeah.
because this was used a lot
Uh-huh.
by whites who are anti.
Well, yeah, but it was sorry. It was like a classification.
Right.
It was like a legal
Even
classification.
after
Okay.
the Civil War and
Yeah,
after
big
the
brain.
freedom, they use these words. And this restroom is for whites only. That one
But it
is
is
the
for
the
yeah.
other.
Okay, yeah. I'll just say it so we don't. I know. Okay.
Yeah,
So
just say it.
yeah, that's okay. I am going to say it. So this one says this is from Dad. This is from 1861. This is
All
from
right.
1861. Okay. Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. So let me repeat that. Our new government is found upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. Applause. That's what it says in here. Okay. This our new government is the first in the history of the world based upon the great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. This truth has been slow in the process of its development, like all other truths in the various departments of science. It has been even so among us. Many who hear me perhaps can recollect well that this truth was not generally well admitted, etc., etc., etc.
Okay, Jefferson Davis.
Close, very close.
Oh,
But Dad, you're so close.
was this one of the?
It was his vice president, so that's close enough.
Okay.
So what is the document then, or what is what is this from? It was from him. What was he trying to do when he gave this speech?
Give the reasons for the secession.
Yep. He actually gave this to another Confederate legislature, to another Southern legislature.
I better say it was talked to a legislature, spoken to a legislature in the South. Yeah, and when people say, "Oh, it wasn't about slavery," bullshit. I mean, this. So here's one of the documents. There's a lot out there like this.
Yeah. So when the leaders of the new Confederacy during the American Civil War, while we're trying to convince other Southern governments to join their cause, this is the speech that he gave to convince them. All right. It's pretty explicit. He says we're founding this government on the idea that black people are inferior to us and that we deserve the right to exploit them.
And this did sway some of those government officials to join.
It did. It's not states' rights, folks. It's not states' rights. He's very obvious. Okay, okay, right? It is not exactly, okay? I mean, it's right, Lacroix? No, it is about slavery and about wanting a white supremacist
Yep.
society. Okay, yeah, even in the Articles of Confederation, right, Doug? Okay, so I'm glad you got that one right too. Dad, here, I'll do the sound. Yay! If you were to guess which Southern state that speech was given in, uh,
Take a
just
guess.
yeah, just randomly.
Well, South Carolina had already joined.
Yeah,
Virginia,
opposite direction.
Georgia.
There you go, Georgia. Okay, excellent. All right, so there we go. So that's well, I thought that'd be a fun little game. My dad got all of them correct. Congratulations, father. Congratulations. Here, we need a cheering sound. Let's do a cheering sound.
No, let's not.
Cheering sound.
No.
And remember how he was like, I'm going to get some of them wrong. I'm going to get some of them wrong. All right.
That's the type of cheering I like for me. Oh my God, it sounds like a bunch of people cheering Hitler.
Yes.
As Hitler comes walking, hey! And if you listen close, you can probably hear them say, Heil!
Okay.
Heil!
Don't do that with your hand on live stream. I swear to God, you're going to get me demonetized. Okay. Here, I'm going to wait. He gets a boop. So I do boops. I do boops. So Dad, you get a boop. Boop. There you go. He's going to be very mad that I did that. See how repulsed he is? Okay. So, how dare you, Big Braden? Okay. All right, guys. So there we go. That is the game we're going to play. I think that got our brains going, didn't it?
Yeah,
that got our brains going.
Up and left.
Okay. So, here we go. So we are going to, how dare you? I know you're all going to clip the salute. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay. My father is elderly. Okay. His mind is going. So we have to be nice to him. Okay. Just kidding. Ew, Loiso, you disgust me. Okay. Yeah, okay, good God. All right, you guys. I'm all good and horrified. I'm sorry, Dex Stewart, okay? I hope you all enjoyed that horrifying number of things we did, okay? All right, so let's get into some other stuff, Dad. So some news today, guys. Let's talk about some of the news, shall we? The Epstein file, a bunch of something like 3.5 million Epstein files were released. Some of the things in those Epstein files are pretty horrific. I think we can all agree with that. So I'm going to some of the things that were one of the things I wanted to show you, Dad, that were found in these Epstein files. Okay, here we go. So here is one post about it. This is from one of the documents. So this was someone who was being attacked, guys. This was someone how dare you? I am not abusive to my pop. How dare you? Okay, my pops. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, of course he's. All right. So it says here, Johnson, during the course of this savage sexual attack, plaintiff Johnson loudly pleaded with defendant Trump. And this is what he said, right? Now, guys, I'm going to give you a content warning. This is not, I'm not going to read to you the worst things, but this is it's still not pleasant, okay? Defendant Trump, plaintiff Johnson loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to please wear a condom. Trump responded by violently striking plaintiff Johnson in the face with his open hand and screaming he would do whatever he wanted, and as he refused to wear protection. Okay. After achieving, I guess you could say,
blankety blank.
Yeah, climax. In tears, defendant Trump. I'm sorry. Oh, so defendant Johnson asked Donald Trump what would happen if he had impregnated her. Donald Trump grabbed his wallet and threw some money at her and screamed that she should use the money to get an effing abortion. So now a few things here. I want to be clear about something. All right. None of these documents are verified yet. Okay. None of these documents are verified. I'm saying this as a historian. I'm sure my dad would agree. We need verification. A lot of times in these FBI file releases, any accusation that is made is included in there. So we need to wait for a bit longer for more evidence to come out and like new journalists and stuff to do follow-up investigations. But guys, there is so much disturbing stuff in these files. I can't imagine that all of it is not true, right?
In something like this, there's a grain of truth, at least a grain of truth in things like this.
Yeah.
And to be honest, this is my view now. I'm kind of leaving a little bit of my, history, double check your sources and stuff a little bit behind. But everything else that that Trump has said, on TV, and not just as president, before he was president, some of the stuff he said about women and he was allowed to do with women and he's proud of it. This doesn't surprise me. I mean, I wouldn't doubt. I mean, if he openly spoke about this interviews and with people,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I expect quite a bit of it is true. There are some claims in there that I got to tell you, like, automatically ring my, like, I don't know about that. But there are a lot of things in there that I'm like, oh, totally. Like that makes sense. Okay. So, Big Braden says, this, yeah, Matt Saga, it probably is I agree. It probably is a rice bag of truth. It's probably more than just a little bit.
Yeah.
Big Braden, this with the flight logs and the other files on Trump and Epstein, I think is enough for me to believe that unless there's something that proves it not true. Okay. The photo, I didn't see that. There were photos of Prince Andrew, Victoria.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. I'm going to look it up.
I knew about that.
I'm not going to look it up. I'm not going to show you all at first so I can make sure they're not dirty. Photos of Prince Andrew. I mean, we already knew he was involved, but I didn't know there were new photos of him. What?
I mean, if you think photos of Prince Andrew is dirty, then all I can say is
God.
Photos of Trump is obscene.
Yeah.
Is just the very looking at the man is obscene because of knowing what he has done.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. So, Jesus Christ. All right. So these are the photos, I guess, that are being talked about. I haven't seen this before. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a passed out young woman. Okay. Well, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Guys, I swear every day, I know. Okay. Let me explain something. Okay. Obviously, there is no, the QAnon crap is obviously a massive nonsense conspiracy theory. But guys, like, I can kind of see where they're coming from at this point. Like, there's like a grain of truth to it, that there does certainly seem to be a cabal of people who like assaulting children.
But not just Democratic Party members,
right,
or certain faiths.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's my point.
It crosses all.
Yeah, like, obviously there's a ton of shit, like, it's all across the board, but like, oh my God. All right. Yeah, you're so right, Meowsword. Okay. You're so right. Yeah, a lot of the grammar is horrible, Meowsword. Absolutely. Okay. I agree. Kalila, amnesty for Confederates is why we're in this mess. I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading some comments I missed from a while back. I agree. I don't think we should have given amnesty to the Confederates. I don't. Okay. Nah, obviously states' rights. Sorry, real fast, guys. States' rights. Yeah, there you go, Big Braden. Okay, is there a cognitive dissonance? Meowsword says, is there cognitive dissonance with Hitler versus Leopold from the standpoint of industrialization advancement? Like, do they give Leo more credit for advancing society? Yes, Meowsword. So I would say you agree. Because the Belgians really only experienced the industrialization aspects of this destruction and death.
The upside of the money that they were receiving in there.
Yeah.
And Belgian newspapers were not necessarily running the horrors. Now, eventually, there were other newspapers throughout Europe and in the United States, stories by missionaries and other aid people who talked about it, which made their way into Belgium. But yeah,
Yeah.
all they saw were the benefits.
Absolutely.
It's one of those things of, oh, there's a benefit, therefore, I don't care where it came from.
Yeah. Okay. And oh my God, this is so disgusting. I'm sorry, just looking at these. I haven't seen everything in it, guys. There's just so much info out there now that I'm having trouble keeping up with it. Okay, so that's disgusting, right, Dad? I think we all agree. All right. Dad, is it just me? Like, I've said this before on stream. Why does it seem like our country has a big problem with this? We seem to have a whole bunch of people in power who just like doing horrible things to children. I know that there have been people exposed from all over the world, but I just feel like there's a huge problem in the United States with this crap. Okay. So here we have another, guys, another document that was concluded here. Oh my God, you're so right. So guys, for Mummified Butterfly, thank you for mentioning this. Mummified Butterfly, who's one of the younger people in here. Uh, you've read Catcher in the Rye? So anyone who has read Catcher in the Rye, there is a scene in the Catcher of the Rye where an adult tries to assault the main character. Okay, an adult tries to assault the teenage main character. And I kid you not, Mummified Butterfly, I had a teacher in school who told me, no, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening in that scene. No, it's very obvious what's happening in that scene. He's being assaulted by, or this teacher's trying to assault him. And anyway, yeah, okay. So there are even still, I've heard other students have been told the same thing. Not all of them, but a lot of them are told that's not what that scene means. And I think it's because teachers are afraid to mention it. But anyway, okay. So here we go. Here we go. Midas touch, right? This is from an from an FBI email with the subject response Epstein cellmate interview. Okay. Here are the summaries provided by the FBI agent. Okay. So it goes over here. Blank stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed genitals. All right. Which is subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Okay. Blank remembered Epstein oh my God, they can't even type. Okay, these FBI remembered Epstein introduced her to Trump, saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded, "Yes." Now we get to Howard Lutnick, who's Howard Lutnick again, guys? He's the Secretary of Commerce. Yeah, Dad doesn't want to look, so I'm not making him look. I'm just reading it to him, okay?
I am. The reason why I am the way I am, this type of stuff really
bothers him.
Really bothers me. Makes me angry to the point of it really makes me angry. So it's, and I'm not trying to turn a blind eye to it or anything.
He's just trying not to Fed post, folks.
I just can't. Anyway.
Yeah. Now this is about Howard Lutnick, who Lutnick, who I believe is the
Nutwick. I like.
There you go. Is the Secretary of Commerce or some crap. All right. Simon Andreessa reported that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering. Lutnick and Epstein were neighbors, and Epstein sold Lutnick a house for $10, which was then sold for millions. All right. William Barr, who was also included in these documents. You remember William Barr from Trump's first administration? Blank stated that they were at an Epstein's for a model event, ran into William Barr, who stated he wanted to see her next time he came. At another point, Epstein asked if she had ever met Barr. Blank claimed she was a victim of Epstein and that Barr was present during some of the abuse. Okay, so all right, so we have more people included here. We got, Dad, they're giving you props for not Fed posting, which is where you do something that'll get us removed from.
Oh, this will get you removed?
No. If you were to threaten someone or promote violence towards certain people.
No, I just said I'm angry.
Yeah, no, that.
Oh, I see, but don't go across that line.
No, they're complimenting you for not, because they want to.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, because I'm sure you know how we all feel about this.
Turning away and not trying to hear it or see it helps me.
Yep. Okay. All right. So that's more of the shit that we're dealing with here. Some more stuff. All right. Thank you, guys. Yes, please like the stream, folks, if you haven't already. Some more, Dad. Here we go. All right. The new pick. So the person that Trump just appointed as the new Fed chairman is included in the files. Okay. How many? So this is, here's blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I'm curious to see where it says here. It basically mentions his name. It says, yeah, Kevin Warsh. Is that what's his name? Who is it? Kevin Warsh? There it is, Brett Ratner.
Yeah,
okay.
That's her.
It's included as someone that was invited to the island. Okay. They're all around us, folks. Our whole government is just swimming with these people that were cavorting with Epstein.
Monsters.
Yeah, absolute monsters people. Now, another revelation, guys. I know a lot of you are very big fans very, very big fans of Netanyahu and the current Israeli government, right? I know all of you love it. Love it, love it, love it. You're all huge fans. Okay. This is a joke. I hope you know, Dad.
I do.
Okay. So it is thought. I'm trying to find the exact one I'm looking at here. Oh, here we go. So one of the files, guys. Now we don't. Again, guys, we don't know. We don't know if this is verified or true. Okay. Again, we can't verify any of these things yet, and I'm not saying they're not true, but I'm just being cautious because who knows what'll come out in this file. Okay, a ton is talked about where different people reported that Trump had been compromised by Israel, by Mossad. All right. In this particular document, it says that, I'm trying to see here if I can read it.
Good luck.
So that Dershowitz was compromised by Israel. All right. And then basically that CHS advised that this was a area collusion story, that Trump had been compromised by Israel and Kushner. So basically Kushner and, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading this. The point here is that, Chabad. So Chabad, which is a very far right pro-Israel organization, very very hyper Zionist organization, basically got Trump into this shit. All right. Now I have to read the details, but they do say that they believe that he was compromised by Israel, that Israel is has blackmail on Trump, has blackmail on a whole bunch of these top people around Trump. And there were theories going around. Now, again, we don't know if any of this is true, folks, but there were theories going around before all of this came out that, you okay over there, Dad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That there was some, compromat, some blackmail being done around Epstein. All right. And it also, by the way, another document came out. Now, I want to make it clear, as always, you guys know what I'm going to say, and it's sad that I have to say this. Zionism is not the same as Judaism, right? Zionism is a political colonial genocidal ideology that talks about removing people from Palestine so that Jewish folks can live there. It is a colonial ideology. All right. Okay. That being said, there was also, by the way, within these documents, some very Jewish supremacist comments by Epstein and his associates. What do I mean by that? So here we go. Here's one comment. I found criteria to find smart people. This is from Epstein, or someone to Epstein. The more Jew you are, the smarter you are. You said you're 98% Jew. You're very smart. My ex-boss is 78. My ex-boss is 78% Jew. He is super smart, less smart than you are. I have a close friend, business partner who is 99.3% Jewish. He is crazily smart. We take all Jewish people. Sourcing can be done through we take Jewish people. Sourcing can be done through relatives. Ask them to do a 23andMe test. Do a vent for everyone who is 98% Jewish. Also, all of them are not religious. You think that makes sense, right? So, guys, there were lots of emails and stuff in here where they're talking about how they only wanted to hire Jewish people because they're superior, and they were like, okay, this is just what they say. And I know whenever you talk about Jewish, I'm not being anti-Semitic here. These people, a lot of them were Jewish supremacists, and there are a lot of comments also within the files, basically saying that they believe Gentiles were inferior, and there's also quotes from victims where a lot of these folks were saying things like that.
I want to throw this in all fairness, and that is every group has those extremists.
Absolutely.
And so, for instance, the white supremacists here in this country, and it's not just our country, as others. You have Christian nationalists and and they say similar things. They are the minority,
of course,
in most cases, of that group of people.
Exactly,
So I
Caleb.
just want to point out.
Yes, and Dad, my community knows that. I will say,
Okay.
thank you for. I know you're being clear here, but we all know, guys. I've said multiple times, Judaism is not the same as Zionism. The vast majority of Jewish people,
Mhm.
they're human beings, right? And there are some Jewish folks that believe in Jewish supremacy, just like there are Christians who believe in Christian supremacy, or is Muslims who believe in Muslim supremacy. You see what I mean? But it's very dark. I'm not a fan of any kind of supremacist, and a lot of these people were supremacists. Okay,
Mhm.
and at least from what we know, okay, and it's very gross. Um, okay, I just don't like any kind of supremacy, and I know that it might. Was even concerned even mentioning this fact because I know that it may be misconstrued, but yeah, a lot of these folks were pretty supremacist in their views of things.
And they draw together. So,
Yeah,
in the case of the Epstein files and that, what's coming from there
that Matt Saiga, thank you so much for all those donations. Really,
is the fact that it comes through the Epstein files stuff. Those people attract each other,
yes.
and so
Oh
it
yeah,
sounds like, oh, this large, really big group of people. Uh-uh. I mean, I can give you example other places. It's the Christian supremacists here, the white supremacists here,
hmm
in other countries, and the Islamic
yeah,
supremacists. You know, they make the news,
yeah, they do.
and
Okay,
they give everybody else a bad name as a result, because
yes.
people will think, oh, they're all like that.
Yeah, and you guys, and here's another thing. Do we really think that do you think that this ideology comes from being Jewish, or do you think it comes from the fact that these people are wealthy and powerful and already feel supremacist and then they justify it through their religion? You see what I mean? Like there's many ways to approach this. I'm just trying to make it clear that yeah, there were a lot of reports of victims saying that one of the ways that some of these folks dehumanized them was by saying, "Well, you're not Jewish, therefore you are lesser than and you're not human," which, by the way, there are a lot of Israelis who think that way because of Zionism. Okay. Um, yeah, there you go, Meowsword. It comes from being Machiavellian and economically superior. Okay. But again, folks, there we have Jewish folks in the community. They, okay, but you see what I mean, right? We don't like supremacy of any kind. Um, okay, guys. So that was another thing, Dad. So we have uh, some other stuff that is happening.
Okay, good. I mean,
Um,
not good, but
I,
you know what I
right?
mean.
Okay. Schumer's effect. Okay. Oh yeah. So some other stuff that's happening, right? Yeah, the emails that there were emails. Yes, guys, I did. I don't have them, but there were also emails between Elon Musk and Donald Trump where Donald Trump was asking people to was basically was asking Elon to come to his island, and Elon was trying to plan like going to Epstein's island and shit. Okay, you see what I mean? Okay, like um so they're really cringy, right? And now Elon's saying, "I never did any of it," blah 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 blah. Yeah, they did. He's so hated they didn't even want to invite him over. Okay. So anyway, really really gross stuff there.
By the way, just in his personal life, how many children does he have? That's a lot of children by one mother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He revels in what I'm implying here. He revels in that. So
Yeah. Okay.
it
So
doesn't make him innocent just because he didn't go.
yeah, it doesn't make him innocent at all. Some other things that I wanted to point out to you. This is from the Department of Homeland Security. Guys, I'm going to kind of jump around it here a bit. Okay. Here is something from the White House. This is posted by the White House. Dad, they keep posting images like this, all
Mm-hmm.
right, where they just show a migrant and then they say arrested and then it says something like this at the bottom in red. And it's
Mm-hmm.
almost always someone who is not white. That they all like these images are always a non-white person. And you know how like in American history that has always been showing images of like criminals who are black or brown and putting them up and trying to demonize. Okay. And and also it's ironic, Dad, because it says here, thanks to our brave ICE officers, this pedophile is off the streets of California. What's going on in the Epstein files? There's tons of them in the administration, isn't there?
Also, Now I'm going to go into the boring side of statistics, but statistically speaking, and I can't cite these off the top of my head, but you can go actually and look up FBI statistics. The percent number of pedophiles, people who have been arrested and convicted, percent of native born Americans as pedophiles is much larger than the percent of illegal alien
Yeah.
pedophiles. Murders, same thing there. It's a lot higher amongst native born than it is against these so-called criminal, and I'm sure some of them are, but so-called all these immigrants, illegal immigrants, have to be criminals. No,
Yeah.
we here in the U.S. are proud that we're number one in that category, but let's spend our money going after innocent people. I mean, it's I have read several things that says it is, if they know who these people are, it's much easier and less money to go after them, if he is one, to go after them than it is to cast a net out there and to sweep everybody up.
Yeah.
And can you imagine if they were after somebody who, well, they went after everybody that was a pedophile that was born here,
Yeah.
and they cast a wide net out, just sweeping everybody up. That's, in this case, let's say, talk about Jeffrey Epstein, that is a politician, and okay, we know he had politicians there and the wealthy and wealthy. So trying to catch this one pedophile that went to Epstein's. So let's round everybody up and bring them here. And it's like, what?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
didn't do it. You know who these people are. Go after them. But no.
No, of course not, right?
It's like, oh, we're going after this pedophile, but we also found this 4-year-old kid that we're pretty sure is a legal alien, so we rounded him up too.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay. So there's also apparently some files that are talking about, I have to read more into it. There's just so many of them. Okay. Let me find something here. Okay. I thought of another one here. Blah, blah, blah. How do they expect people to ignore it? Let me get going here. Oh, here we go. So Emma Vigland, guys, who you know, I'm going to ask my dad's opinion on this. So because there are like a lot of you know how the Democrats have not been doing much to fight back, right, Dad? Like Chuck Schumer and stuff. So what do you think, Dad, about Emma Vigland's comment here? I love Emma Vigland. She says Schumer's a fascist collaborator, whether it's weakness, ideology, corruption, or all three, will be determined by historians. Okay. Yeah. Schumer's a fascist collaborator, whether it's weakness, ideology, corruption, or all three, will be determined by historians. And she goes on to say that funding DHS for 2 weeks advantages Republicans by letting the national mood cool, and 2, shows that you find ICE too essential to let funds lapse. Excuse me. So do you think it would be fair to say that the Democrats are fascist collaborators? Because I think so. I think I would even go so far as to say that, like, if you support fascists, you're kind of a fascist yourself. Or if you don't fight the fascists, you're kind of a fascist yourself. What do you think?
Coward is one thing that I think. I mean, all those people who
Letitia,
talk big but they really don't act, are cowards. And I think Schumer's a coward. He's taking the least resistance. Here, make it clear. He's taking the path of least resistance. He doesn't want to lose his job. He's a professional politician, and he's making things so that some people will say, well, he's doing something, when in essence he isn't. I think he is a collaborator. I mean, I think of Vichy France, World War II. After the Germans took over the northern part of France, all of France surrendered, And in southern France, they set up a puppet government called Vichy France because it was based out of a town in southern France called Vichy. And the man they put in charge was a World War I heroic um, French general who is quite old now. Um, and he was told, you must do what we Nazis say you must do in your part. And he followed along. Now, some people go,
There you
well,
go, Mithril Paton. Yeah.
yeah, that's right, Baton. And, number one, he was old. So they picked him partly because he was struggling. But they also, too, some people today will say, well, he stepped in and did this to try to make it less horrible in the southern part of France. But the reality is, it was still not good in the southern part of France. And so he was a collaborator on one hand. And yeah, it's you don't like these Nazis, but I'll get along with them just enough to make things calm down a little bit. Yeah, they'll still occupy our country. Yes, they'll still round up Frenchmen and put them in prison. They'll round up the Jews and send them off to concentration and extermination camps, but it'll be calmer. Oh, jeez, come on.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so just curious if you had a strong opinion on the dad. Okay. Some other stuff here. Yeah, he's a coward. It drives me crazy. Meanwhile, Dad, people like, let me find it here.
Can I go a step further?
Of course you can go. You can go. You can say as much as you want.
Okay, this has been on my mind. Some of the celebrities who have a fair amount of money have been leaving this country because of Trump and his, the TSC, TCS, the Trump Crime Syndicate, as I call them, TCS. They've left the country and are taking up citizenship, let's say in France and all that. And in the meantime, they say, oh, we hate Trump. This is bad for the country. So what are they doing to help? Moving to another country. And you know what? Because history will say this. Once Trump is gone as president, and if things do start coming back more to justice and liberty, the way our founding fathers, their true patriots, intended it to be, they'll come back and go, yeah. Well, while they're over in another country right now with their wealth, sitting there, basking in the freedom where that they found, and doing diddly shit to try to help out here. I mean, talk about cowards. I mean, but I gotta save myself. Yeah, it's all about you. Okay, I'm done.
There you go. Okay. Also, Dad, so a lot of people in my community predicted that with the release of the Epstein files, it'd be more likely that Trump would try to do something like do something internationally as a distraction.
Yep, thoroughly agree.
Yep. And Ryan Grimm reported yesterday that the U.S. told a key Middle Eastern ally to prepare for an attack on Iran, like right when the files got released.
These recent ones?
Yeah. I try to see here. Let me see if I can remind myself which country it was. Okay. Netanyahu. Also other allies like trying to see Saudi Arabia. So we've been in conversations with them, basically saying being prepared soon for an attack on Iran. And this was found out right when these files got released. Okay, so isn't that fun? Another distraction.
Yep. You know what it is? They'll probably say, well, we've been telling them for a long time now, Iran, that they better change what they're doing, better drop the nuclear program, quit killing their people. So there's no connection to us trying to, pull attention away from the Epstein files. Bullshit. They set this up, file it away until they need it, and they bring it out, and they do this. Now, I'm not a fan of Iran, okay? I'll tell you that right now. But the poor ass excuse to go to war with the country to deflect attention to the charges of you being pedophile. I'm sorry. You know, such a sick pervert. And what would you expect from him? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, RL, I hate theocracies as well, right?
Yep.
It's unfortunate that we're turning into one too, because of the Christian nationalists everywhere. All right, but of course, I don't. Of course, I don't think that justifies bombing a country.
Nope.
But okay, so all right, Dad. Boo, boo, boo. What else is there? I had something else I wanted to show you here. Oh, so there was a report that came out that ICE, guys, is buying up warehouses across the country. ICE begins warehouse buying spree in small towns across the country to use as centers to hold people to be deported. So here's a map of all the locations where they're turning big warehouses into holding centers for migrants that have been arrested. There are about 23 sites, very much like an Gulag archipelago. Like, okay, what do you think about that, Dad? That we're having a bunch more detention centers set up that are essentially concentration camps. Kind of reminds me of the Japanese, holding centers, right? Big
Also, too, it's kind of like the Nazis. They had a lot of satellite concentration camps.
Yeah, they did.
That people hear about Buchenwald, Auschwitz,
Mhm.
Dachau. They hear about those. Treblinka.
Oh, Letitia, I'm sorry, real fast, Dad. Letitia, good point. Letitia says everything is a distraction. They want control over each state election database. Yeah, they're
Yep,
actually
that's
been. You're right, Letitia. They've actually been. Guys, did you hear that? They're actually been trying to do that.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Matter of
Dad.
fact, there are some people. Okay, I'll finish my thought. And so, but there are all these. There were scores of satellite camps where they would take the people first.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes in warehouses near rail lines until they got a train to ship them out. And that's that's the same thing. It's the same thing. The majority of these people, well, you've heard it before. I'm just okay. Now about what you said
Mm-hmm.
about the election things. What I've heard is that, and I've read from several sources, is that if they can falsely find or claim that the election was rigged and these states didn't follow it, the federal government will take control of the elections in those states.
Jesus, yeah.
And possibly
using the Civil Rights Act, by the way, which is crazy.
Yep, and possibly, and Trump has said this before in the past, not only taking control, but also suspending elections in the midterm in some states.
Yeah.
Because of the illegal activity, even though experts in elections, including Republicans, this last presidential election, said it was the most secure election in history. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yep.
So I wouldn't doubt that.
Absolutely. All right. So next thing here, I feel like there was one more thing I wanted to show you.
And wasn't the election files they went after in Georgia? Hell, the Secretary of State in Georgia that watches over elections was a Republican. I wish I could remember his name.
Brad Raffensperger or
I
something?
think so, yes.
Okay.
He said there's no truth to what Trump and his people are saying. Okay? No truth from 2020. It was absolutely fair. We checked, rechecked. There you have it. And Trump went after him verbally, and it's like, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Meowzord, to answer your question, Meowzord asked, what is the number of people that were detained in, I'm sorry, you said, what are the number of people, relative to the number of people detained in Nazi concentration camps early on? What is the number? Oh, yeah. What's the concentration camp saturation relative to Europe's size versus the U.S.? So, Meowzord, right now, early concentration camps in Europe was something like, in Germany, was something between 50,000 and 150,000 people thrown into concentration camps between like 1933 and 1935. Okay, so that would be like the early stage. The most recent number I saw for ICE is that 47,000 people as far as we know, are in camps, but that has been an increase of around 70% since the beginning of Trump's term. So it is a rapid we're almost to the low estimate of Nazi concentration camps.
early on.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Meowsword, that is fair. So Germany was a lot smaller in terms of population. I think what was the population of not
I don't
Germany?
remember.
I'll have to remember. Let's see here. Population.
Well, hell, the first concentration camp was Dachau, just north of Munich.
Yeah.
And early on, their numbers.
So I think it was about 70, 60, 70 million in Nazi Germany. So we are close to the low estimate, even but we do have we have far more civilians, however, but the rate is going up, if that makes sense. All right. Yeah, we're only 12 months in. Oh, I see what you're saying, Meowsword. Let's see here. Yeah, yep.
Presidency of shame.
Yeah, 44,000 camps and other incarcerated. Yeah, so it was probably in the hundreds of this is between 33 and 1945. There was a lot more later, Meowsword. And the other thing, too, is it's hard to count because people would be going in and then out of the camps, or they'd be going into the camps and then dying, being killed. So that's a good question, though. I'd be interested to look it up. But the concentration camps all over Germany.
Also, I'll have to say this. One of the reasons why we know so much about a lot of these camps and some of these numbers, because Germans, the Nazis, kept very good records.
Yeah, they did.
Very good records. Not just written records, but photographic records, video records. And they really tried to destroy them. And they destroyed a hell of a lot of them. But the majority of them, they never were able to destroy. And they were there. So what are the ones that were destroyed? What would they have said in terms of the numbers and all of that?
Yeah.
So it's if we're getting our numbers from Nazi records from that time period that we have today, what would some of them have said before that?
Yeah. Okay.
That were burned.
Another picture, Dad. Remember how I showed you there's a trend of showing
yeah.
people of color? Here you got another image. This is released by ICE in Boston, showing a detainee. Like, you see the trend here? The pictures they're posting, guys? Do we see the trend? Yeah, no, you're right, RL. We also had Japanese concentration camps, that's for sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Internment camps.
Yes, internment camps, right? Remember the Nazis, guys, when they first started putting people into camps, they called it holding you in protective custody. Okay. All right.
Mhm.
So also, Dad, here's another post from Homeland Security. It says, want affordable housing? Call to report illegal aliens in your area.
Oh, my God.
Did you guys hear that? So this is from Homeland Security. It says, want affordable housing? Help report illegal aliens in your area.
Like legal aliens are causing, that you can't afford a house because of illegal aliens. Did you hear what Trump said the other day? He isn't trying to make prices of houses to go down to be affordable to the people that way. He wants to see prices of houses go up to help the homeowners. And he wants the interest rates to come down to help the first-time buyers and the second-time buyers. So, it goes to show you right there, they're blaming the immigrants while Trump is reveling in the
Yes.
fact that I'm trying to make the price of housing go
Guys,
up.
to be clear, does this not say, in response to Letitia James, Dr. Gamble, and Lacroix, do we see the implication there? He's saying report your neighbors and then you can have their house. Now, they're not saying that explicitly, and I'm not saying that is what will happen, but that's kind of the implication, right? Want affordable housing? Report illegal aliens in your area. What did the Nazis do, guys? They literally removed Jewish people from their homes, threw them into ghettos and camps, and then replaced them with German settlers. So they would remove Jewish people from their homes, throw them into a camp, and then let a German family move into the house that the Jewish folks had been removed from. They would let the German folks take all their property too. They would let them just move in. Now, I am not saying that is what's going to happen here. I think it's more as in, please report your neighbors so that we can clear out more houses.
Free up a house.
Yeah, to free up houses. But we should also remember, guys, there are more empty houses and apartments in this country than there are people that need housing. I'll repeat that. There are more empty houses and apartments in this country than there are people that need housing. But they're kept because they're owned privately and people want to profit off of them. They're not rented out to raise prices and things like that. Okay. So it's it's just bullshit.
And
Okay.
and I'm not too sure about the law here, but if
Yeah,
you
Mithril.
commit a felony and it involves wherever it is you live, the government has a right to seize your property, including the house.
Mhm.
And then the government can sell it, or I don't want to say sell it, they can auction it at a sale or put it on the market through another source and do that. So I'm not too sure about illegal aliens, but I would suspect there's something in there that, you know, if an illegal alien owns this house and you arrest that illegal alien, they forfeit the house.
Yeah. Yep.
That sucks.
Yes. It's so gross. So very gross. Okay, all right. So we're gonna pause there for now. Oh well.
Oh, this by
Yeah, this is okay. Let's quickly read this. This was a tweet, an X or whatever the hell. What is it called? I don't even know. Who cares? By Donald Trump.
Truth Social or something like
No,
that.
I don't. Yeah, this is from Truth Social. Okay, This is from Donald J. Trump, right? Our favorite. The radical. By the way, oh my God, can we just I need to grade this. I need to grade this. What? What's wrong?
I was gonna say, let's
People
just
like
read it.
People like when I grade it. Paste. I'm gonna grade it.
I'm
when I
having
read it.
flashbacks to school.
So not my problem. Okay. Okay. All right. So I've got to do it for my own safety. Okay. My own health. That's good. Okay. So the radical left lunatics, why are those all capitalized? That doesn't need to be capitalized. That doesn't need to be capitalized. And thugs doesn't need to be capitalized. Are going after Kristi Noem. The secretary.
Can we stop here? Okay. Just to let you know. What did the people back in Britain, basically the king and a lot of members of parliament, what did they call the people over here who were standing up to the government in England? And when I say the government,
Thank you, Matt Saigai.
And when I say the government, at that time, the colonies were part of that government. They were supposed to be. The colonists were citizens of England. Okay, I want to point that out. And basically, what was happening in England is that they referred to the politicians there that didn't like what was going on over here, and this is before the war broke out, referred to them as, they're creating an insurrection here. They used the word agitators and all of that. They called them radicals. And the colonists over here who were trying to get liberty and to be treated fairly by their government back in London were proud of those terms. Because if you went against the norm back then and you supported the Enlightenment, you were considered a radical. And we love those guys from back then, the men and the women. We love them. They're patriots. But today, you try to stand up for something similar, and they use the same words that the king and some parliamentarians use to describe people like Sam Adams, John Adams, George Washington. I can go on and on and on. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm too busy grading this. Yes, okay, so the radical left lunatics, insurrectionists, all these needs to be uncapitalized. Agitators, thugs are going after Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, because she is a woman.
You know why he put her there? Because she's a woman. He likes women around him. The guy's a pervert, okay? But being a woman has nothing to do with it. Being evil has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, and should we also point out that, he seems to like a certain kind of woman?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right. And of course, hilarious that one of the most misogynistic people would make it seem like he cares about including a woman in the administration. Okay. All right. And has done a really great job. Now, great job was all capitalized. We're not going to play that game. That needs to not be capitalized. The border, for some reason, capitalized. That doesn't need to be capitalized. Disaster that I inherited is fixed. It'd be much better to phrase it, I fixed the border disaster, even though he didn't. Okay, the violent criminals that were allowed into our country also shouldn't be capitalized. Okay, through Sleepy Joe's sick. Why is that? Why are there quotes? Why are there quote marks there? We don't need those quote marks.
He's an ignorant man.
Yeah, we don't need that either. Okay, so open border policy, again, none of that, are largely gone or being strongly sought for purposes of removal. And the murder rate also doesn't need to be capitalized. In the USA, just reached the lowest level in history,
That's not true.
125
I've
years.
read that, and I read statistics from the FBI themselves. That's not true. Okay, I want to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. This is a run-on sentence too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm run-on sentence. We need to calm that down. Okay. Washington D.C. is now one of the safest cities in America. Likewise,
No, it isn't,
okay, yeah.
because Trump is there with his crime syndicate. Also, too, on the factual side, DC crime rate was already dropping, according to the FBI, and according to statistics even by DC. They were already dropping before Trump ever took office, and he's taking the credit for that.
Yeah, right. Okay. Likewise, numerous other what? That doesn't make any sense. The safest city in America, knew other ones. Okay, what is other what? Other what? What the hell? This is confusing. Once very dangerous cities, Republicans, why is that there? Okay, don't let these crooked Democrats, also shouldn't be capitalized, who are stealing billions, doesn't need to be capitalized, doesn't need to be capitalized, of dollars from Minnesota and other cities, doesn't need to be capitalized in states, doesn't need to be capitalized from all over the country, doesn't need to be capitalized, push you around. Also, run-on sentence again, another run-on, all right. Also just bad, very low IQ grammar and language. They are using this aggressive protest scam, doesn't need to be capitalized, to obfuscate. Wow, that's a big word for Trump. Bonus points. 5 bonus points for a word that is more than 2 syllables. 5 bonus points. It's hard to write on this. Okay. Camouflage and hide their criminal acts, doesn't need to be capitalized, of theft and insurrection. They should all be in jail. I was elected on strong borders, doesn't need to be capitalized, and law and order, doesn't need to be capitalized, among other things. Thank you, Secretary Kristi Noem. Remember, elections have consequences. President Donald J. Trump.
They do at the upcoming.
We don't need any of that shit to be capitalized.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and do this. It's not worth my breath. But all I'm going to say, just give you one example. This is one of many. He labels what the Democrats are doing and all this theft and stuff. There is a huge, huge, huge.
Oh, wait. So sorry, I'm fixing something because I went through it so fast. I always recheck. Go ahead, Dad.
Huge, very huge. What I want to say, crime committed in Ohio between Republican politicians and a power company. And the power company wanted to be able to raise rates and cut back on some safety things. And they actually run one of the nuclear power plants here, the one up on Lake Erie, Davis Bessie, I believe. And it was finally exposed. Even the person that's the Speaker of the House in the Ohio General Assembly,
sorry, go ahead,
was involved, literally taking overall all these Republicans who were taking some of this stuff. It was in the millions, hundreds of thousands to some, and they lied once they were finally caught and said, "Oh no, it was." And some laws were passed in the Republican-controlled Ohio legislature to favor that particular company. And some of the things that were passed were to help.
Yes, Letitia, First Energy. Yep,
First Energy.
Letitia, you're on fire today. Love having you around, Letitia. Go ahead, Dad.
And there was actually going to be state money used to help First Energy, taxpayer money. And that was passed by the Republicans. And come to find out, practically every Republican who voted for it had taken money from First Energy. And that's just one instance. And that's a really recent one. But that was just one instance. So, don't tell me, Republicans and Democrats both have their fair share of corruption.
Absolutely.
And I have to say, right now, it appears Republicans are a bit more corrupt.
Right. I know what you
I'm
mean.
understating that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna give it a. I agree that we'll have to remember that the Democrats are also very corrupt, guys, as we've always said. Okay.
And
Uh,
and not all of them, but a hell of a lot of them are.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Larry Householder, correct, Letitia James. All
Yep,
right.
that's him.
Um,
Big old. I'm sorry. I was gonna say something.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gamble, that they're your energy company. And by the way, this is why, folks, my belief is that we should nationalize the energy companies because everyone needs energy. And it's stupid that we have all these monopolistic energy companies that control everything. I'm not saying we need to nationalize every industry. I'm just saying the essential ones, like they do in some other countries. Anyway, um,
I am going to say this, Larry Householder. Since you mentioned it, I remember seeing him, walking, going to court, the federal courthouse here where we live, and going in like he was all that. He's a lot overweight. I want to point that out. And I, as a teacher, history teacher, had flashbacks to the turn of the century, meaning back 1800s into the 1900s, when a lot of newspapers, especially under Thomas Nast, the political cartoonist from back then, would depict these corrupt, wealthy politicians as being big, overweight people with this look on their face. Householder reminded me of that from back then. The fat cats.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we agree that this should be, at least for grammar and shit, should be given an F? I think so.
You know what?
I give him a 15%.
Now wait a minute. Quiet.
Okay.
My son is a Trumper. He gave him 15%.
Yeah, you're a fascist. You did a Nazi salute earlier.
I think it should be a negative 15%.
No, because Dad, we have to remember Trump has the brain of a child. He got 5 bonus points because he used a word that was larger than 3 syllables.
He probably didn't know what it meant, though.
And he gets 10% because he had enough sentences in the
And
paragraph.
I give him credit for all that, too, for negative 50. If it hadn't been for those credits, it'd even be lower.
Okay, fine. But it's still an F. It's still an F.
I don't care.
Okay, whatever. Okay. The moral grade in Jester would be, is there something lower than F? I don't know, expulsion. You get expelled from the school.
MAGA.
Yeah, there you go. Expulsion would be the moral grade, but if we were just doing a teaching grade, okay.
No, detention. Put him in detention.
Yeah, put him in it. No. Oh, that's okay. That's clever.
Get it?
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
I'm funny.
So we'll do expulsion. Well, we can detain him forever in a prison. No, I don't think Mauser. I don't know. I don't think my dad did see the essay that Full Nikki wrote. Did you see that essay that woman wrote at a college, and then she got an F on it, and then the TA got fired because there was a bunch of right-wing backlash because so she was asked to write about gender, and she went on this screed about how in the Bible people it makes it clear that gender is set by God and like all this stuff. And so
I heard
she
about
got
her,
an
yeah.
F, but then the TA got removed from their position because there was so much backlash to giving her an F, and we actually graded that essay on stream, and it's a really bad essay. But anyway, I don't know if you've seen
reading
it.
about her, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go, Louise. So we give a U for unclass. Okay, there we go. Yay. So I think our grade F or expulsion. Lovely. That's right, Eve. Okay. So all right. That's horrific. Shall we go on now, Father? What I'm going to do here, folks, is I have got to go urinate.
What time is it?
It is currently 1:54.
Okay, because I got to make dinner later.
Okay, you can go whenever you want. You let me know. So, guys, I'll be right back.
So,
Please stay around. I just got to go pee.
and so you don't have to ask. Yes, I'm making dinner from scratch. They're going to be enchiladas and stuffed poblano peppers.
Ooh,
'Cause
very
I know
nice.
chances after I said that, somebody's going to ask, oh, what are you
Yeah, there we
making?"
go. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the donation. I could do that, Louise, but Louise, again, 15%. I'm a high school teacher. For a high school student, they did the assignment. They did all the sentences. It's still a terrible grade, right? Okay. You said what color? So maybe I'm too nice. Maybe I'm too nice. So Malzard says, what color sauce are you putting on it? Is it red sauce? Is it green sauce?
Green.
Green sauce. So it's a
using green chilies.
verde. So what is it? Verde sauce? I know it just
Yes,
means
that's
green
green.
sauce.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So guys, I'll be
Corn
right back.
tortillas,
Yeah. Yeah. He actually.
all from scratch.
Yeah. He actually hand makes the corn tortillas too. For those who wonder where I get my cooking skills from, it's my father. Right. I know you all don't
And
think I
your
have cooking
mother.
skills. Yeah.
Your mom's good.
Doug, that's true. What do you think about ICE breaking into the Ecuadorian consulate?
Oh,
Just
oh,
make sure you get close to the people. Yeah.
oh. I thought that was hilarious. To be
Meowser, we
honest.
do have a tortilla press. Go ahead, Dad.
Yes, it's anyway. Um, oh, I thought that was hilarious. If it shows the buffoonery and the ignorance and the stupidity, and I'll stop using all these adjectives, there's more. Assholery, not there is such a word, but it sounds like it should be. It just shows it off when it comes to ICE.
Yeah.
It was I watched it from, obviously from the perspective of the consulate, and it to me it was hilarious. And it just, what are you doing?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go pee while my dad is talking to you. So just look at this, Dad, while I go pee. All right. If anyone, you can keep talking. You see what people ask if anyone asks a question or whatever. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Surprising what a compliment was. Yes. And I do agree. Ignorance is not an accident. You choose it. Okay. As I always would say, when you're a kid, you hear your parents, right or wrong. You hear your parents, so you pick up some of that. You pick it up from your friends, more wrong than right. Uh, and you go to school, and sometimes the bias of the teacher comes through. But there comes a point in your life when you finally are an adult, whatever age that is. I had some friends that at the age of 25, they still weren't adults; they were adults. But there comes a point in time you got to take responsibility with your own, you know, not being ignorant. But a lot of people don't want to do that. They're too comfortable in their own ignorance. Anyway, let's see here. I realize young that a lot of adults are full of shit. Yeah. One of the things that you mentioned there, one of the things I always complain about, whatever happened to the hippies? All these protests and these hippies and these people who are pushing environmentalism and also to getting rid of a lot of getting rid of all of the racist laws and actions of people, and pushing for that. We're going to go out and demonstrate, and I came at the tail end of some of that, and I saw it as a kid. And now that I'm a grown adult, 71, I look around me and going, where the hell did they go? They traded in their ideals of creating a fair society, a just society, of having liberty for everybody, of watching for the environment, because in the long term, we live in that environment, and we screw with it in a bad way, it'll affect us in a bad way. There's a lot of examples out there. What happened to these people? Well, a lot of them kind of went, you know what? It's easier to sit back and just live with things the way they are. I've got a comfortable life now, and let the other people do that. I'll be a part of corporate America. And I've got money now too, so hey, gosh, and that just sickens me. It sickens me. Remember that, you young people who have these ideals. Don't give in, don't surrender. Don't give up your ideals. The justice. So anyway, yeah, and the adults I have trouble with now are some of the same adults that were insurrectionists back then that didn't like what was going on.
Yeah.
So it's sad, and some of those friends I have, and they just look at me. Some of them do, and they just what's your problem? Don't you have a decent life and stuff? Why you want to, and I'm going, wow, there's a lot of poverty and taking away liberties. Don't you want to try to change that?
Yeah.
And they just look at me. And as a matter of fact, there's several friends that I kind of slowly but surely backed out of relationships with. And I know friends are important, but because they had turned so much against what I think we could stand for, the better side of ourselves should show forward. That didn't happen with some of them.
Yeah.
So,
They also, I don't know if you did, Dad. I know Mom lost friends about when they found out I was gay too.
oh yeah,
Did you hear that, folks? So my mother actually lost some friends when I came out as gay. This was a long time ago.
yeah, and it's funny because they like Sam. They thought Sam was very personable. Don't know over what happened to that part of him, but he was very personable and stuff, and people thought he was so cute. But as soon as they found out he was gay, those same people who really like Sam are like, oh God, that goes against God's law, and that's do you know he's going to go to hell for this? And
I hope so. I love warm temperatures.
And his mom, my wife, basically said, "Okay, that's nice.
Yeah,
bye."
Exactly.
And my wife doesn't swear at all, but she could have said the way she said it almost to me sound like I could hear her. This is her way of saying, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah.
So, and by the way, do I miss some of those friends? No, because I don't consider them friends anymore.
There we go. Okay. All right. He was reasonable in a gay way. Gasp. Reasonable in a gay way. There you go. Okay. All right, I'm putting on the makeup.
Oh God, he's going white face.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Disgusting. Okay.
You racist.
Oh my God. Whatever. I hate you.
The country's turning against us white men.
Oh.
You're making fun of us.
I know we're being targeted. We're so oppressed, aren't we? We're so oppressed.
I mean, look at me. I got a white face, and you're making fun of it.
Well, I mean, we do look like ghosts, don't we? Like I feel like.
Oh my God! You're now reddening in the end of your nose like you're an alcoholic or a heavy drinker.
That's
oh my God! You're saying all white men abuse alcohol. Jeez, me, gosh.
Well, I mean, if it's true, it's true. If it's true, it's true, right? Sorry, I know you guys can't hear me, but
that's good.
There we go. I got the nose done. All right. Yeah, it's just.
Look how conceited he is. He's looking at his image. Oh, look at me. I'm a white guy.
You disgust me, right? You absolutely disgust me. You're disgusting. Can you hand me that towel, please, Dad?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Order me around.
Yeah, I will. I will.
Don't you dare get that on me.
God, this is a mess. Insane. All right.
How come that towel is stiff and crunchy?
It's not stiff and dear God, disgusting. You disgust me, dear Lord.
What's disgusting?
You are. You're disgusting. That's it. You're disgusting. What color should I do underneath the eyes? What should I do underneath the eyes?
I don't know. You're gay. You should know your makeup.
Excuse me. I need my drag queen friends in here because everyone here knows that I'm a bad gay. That all the gays in here know I'm a bad gay. So, Drusilla, don't you laugh at him. Okay?
So you want to drag some queens in here now?
I wouldn't mind dragging some queens in here. Okay, anyway. They can stay for a while. We will do, Okay, I gotta do. I'm just putting this on real fast, Dad. Forgive me, guys. We'll get right back to our regular scheduled programming as soon as I put on the makeup because we got enough super chats here. Okay, there we go. Dad, do you like this evolution? Are you proud to be my father?
Now, hang on. I am proud of what you just said.
What? Yeah.
At least there's somebody out there that's smarter than Trump.
Well, that's for sure, right? Oh, I mean, yeah. I think most people are smarter than Trump, but yes.
Well, we got a cat that's smarter than Trump.
I know. That's for sure. Oh, my God. I really messed up the eye on that one, didn't I? Oh, well, whatever. It's fine. It doesn't need to be perfect, folks. It doesn't need to be perfect, right? We don't need perfection.
Yeah, because you're making fun of white men. We're not perfect.
Yeah. That's just a fact, right? Of course we're not. All right. All right, guys. Guys, I'm having trouble reading. I'm a professional femboy. Does that count? Hilarious. Okay. Guys, I'm having trouble. I can't read all these comments. So if you're sending things, you're trying to get me to respond, just wait till I finish the makeup, okay? Because I need to finish the makeup first.
That's okay. We're gonna make comments behind
Dad,
his.
stop.
It's not behind his back. At least it's in front of his
Yeah,
made-up
well,
face.
his made-up face. How dare you?
Oh, this what? But
Okay,
this
it
is your
made-up.
real
I
face.
know. Well, okay, yeah, whatever. I thought you were claiming that my face is fake or something. Which I don't know if that makes sense. It's whatever.
See,
So we're gonna do
no.
orange on the mouth. Would you calm down? We're gonna do orange on the mouth.
I'm sitting here calm.
You're freaking out over there. You're freaking out.
Orange.
All right. What?
Orange.
Yeah, orange. Like
What do you have
Donald
against Catholic Irish? Why are you using Protestant Irish orange?
Oh my God, that is such a nerdy history joke. The orangists or whatever.
See, is that your
You're
response?
You're a nerd.
Name calling.
Nerd.
Just
Yeah,
like Trump
you're
does.
a nerd. Nerd.
Mhm.
Okay. God. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Trying to speak up for my people.
Your people? You're a Protestant? What do you mean? Oh, you're a Catholic. That's right. Everyone keep the kids away, everyone. Keep the kids away. All right. How's that for a joke about Catholics, Dad?
See?
All right.
You've proven it.
Dear God. All right. You know what? I'm going to add a little more of a color here. You know, Drusilla, he is not funnier than me. How dare you?
Look at the finger he's using for the colors.
Yeah, I'm using my middle finger because I need to.
He's flipping you off and using that as an excuse.
I kind of want to put like maybe a little bit. Maybe I need like a little bit of. I don't know, maybe like a little bit here too. I'm just gonna add a little bit more because I'm having fun putting it on. A little bit of green above my eyes. You know, a little bit of verticality.
Now, I will admit, it's going to take him less time to do this than when he puts on makeup when he goes out on Saturday nights.
When do I go out on Saturday nights? I'm basically a homebody.
That's because you want me to buy your makeup for you, and I just
What do you
know
mean?
it's your
I
face.
buy my own makeup, you lunatic. Okay, all right. All right, you guys. Okay. All right, you guys. You know what, Meowsword? Yes, but let's not disrespect the Neanderthals, all right? Okay. So, where'd my glasses go? Where'd my glasses go? I can't even see where I put them. They may have fallen to the ground. They probably did. There they are. They did fall to the ground. All right. Okay, guys. And now I can read the comments. I'm sure you all have very, very friendly things to say. And I'm not going to be disappointed at all by the comments you're going to be having, okay? All right, let's take a look here. Let's take a look here, okay? Sorry if the mic was partly muted there. I hope you could hear my dad. So here we go. Let's see the comments we got here, Dad, shall we? I'm sure they're very kind. I'm coming to Ohio to help you with your makeup gluteomyalgia. I would love that. I would love that. I can't pay you right now, but maybe eventually I could, all right? Maybe eventually I could. Sam being bigoted towards Catholics. Big Braden, no. Okay, no. Who is Donald Sanders Lusa? Do I know of Donald Sanders Lusa? Who is that? Also, Dad, have you heard about the Black Panthers coming out?
Yep.
We love the Black Panthers coming out, by the way.
Do you know, a little side story here? Do you know the NRA at one time was anti open carrying when it came to guns?
Oh, yeah, of course they were.
They were pro gun control. And that happened back, I think it was in the 60s, when Black Panthers basically said, we need to defend ourselves. We're just being, abused, killed left and right by a lot of these crazy white folk. And it scared people seeing black men and women with guns on the streets. And what really got them set off is that they decided to march on protest at the capital of California, Sacramento. And all of a sudden you had the NRA going anti-right to own guns. They shouldn't own guns. We need to pull that back because it was the Black Panthers. And when I saw that they were making a comeback, and they're also talking about guns. It's like, yeah, this is they're out to protect people, and they've even said we're out to protect the people who are standing up to this fascist government, but especially the people of the brown people, but also, others too that, and I can't blame them. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have now the NRA is all about guns. You
Yeah.
can't have only white MAGA people, white conservatives can own guns, an open carry or concealed carry, or I don't carry at all about what you think.
By the way, Ninjester, thank you for the super chat. I just saw it. Thank you. And Ninjester says the root word is ignore. I'm not sure. You must have been talking about ignorance or something at some point. You must have said something about ignorance.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, Ninjester, I missed it.
yeah.
Meowzord says, Sam, can we do a stream where we just watch people do makeup correctly? Meowzord, it is not that funny, Father. How dare you? We don't accept Meowzord's comedy here. All right, if you want to call it that. Jesus. Okay, you should make a playlist for Poppy to jam to while making dinner. Oh, I could do that. Sam wants to play Evita. Oh, of course so, Cal. I used to be a theater kid. Come on. I mean,
Yes, he did.
That's pretty. Yeah, and my dad agreed. I was a good theater kid, wasn't I, Dad? I was a good actor.
Actually, he was.
Yeah, thank you.
I was kind of a theater kid too. Even played when I was in college. Even was in theater. I wasn't in theater studying it, but I tried out for some of the plays, and I made. A matter of fact, not that I'm bragging about it, but my senior year, I became the lead in the musical Oklahoma, which I blame for my baldness because I had all my hair, but they wanted to make it curly. My hair was not curly, and I perspired a lot. So every time I was off stage, even for a few minutes, they would curl my hair back again, and you could hear it hissing, the curling iron. And I swear that's probably why I'm making an excuse here. It's not my genes; it's me, being in play. But anyway,
yeah. Anyway, so real fast, but someone mentioned, the Black Panthers. So yeah, I've heard there's like a bunch of, I don't know the details of this. But the Black Panthers, they're not the original Black Panthers.
No.
There's different iterations of the Black Panthers. But there is a Black Panthers like movement that I kind of still call the Black Panthers. They may not be the official organization. Yeah. But it's a similar sort of movement. It's not, there are some disagreements, etc. But I do see what you mean though. Okay. All right. We can ask Dad. Oh, yes. Can we ask Dad about Punk Sam? When I used to be a punk, used to wear punk clothing, Dad?
I don't think he ever wore punk clothing.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Remember? He wore punk clothing. But it was only for a brief period of time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's true. But I did wear punk clothing. I wore like with all the buttons on it and the chains and things like that.
Yeah. I bet it was very, very brief.
Mm-hmm.
And I never said anything to him about it.
No, did not.
I figure other people probably will when they saw him.
Well, teenagers go through things.
Yeah, and Sam was going through some things there that.
Yeah, well, everyone. I mean,
even
a lot
most
of teenagers
don't go through.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. Let me see here. It is funny, right? Yeah, I know. I don't know if I have any pictures from the time, folks, but I do. I did dress like a punk. Yeah.
We burned them all to get the devil out of him.
All right. Donald Trump plus Bernie Sanders equals Donald Sanders. Are you so dumb, Sam? Hilarious. How dare you, Matt Guy?
Yes, he is that dumb.
Okay. Someone asked, Papa, I lost my dad when I was young. Can you adopt me?
If I can exchange you out for
rude.
Sam.
Laughing someone who lost their father. How dare you? Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Dad, do you want to give me a second, folks? Okay. So, folks, my dad's going to go now. All right. He has stuff to do, etc. So we're going to say goodbye to Papa Revolt. Thank you, Dad, for stopping by as always. I'm going to try to have him on more often. I know he's super. I know you all love him. You prefer him to me. I know. I cry every night about it. Tiago, yeah, sure. Maybe at some point, Tiago. Obviously not now, Tiago. Can't do that in the middle of a stream. Listen to some of Tiago's songs. He's a musician. Some other time, of course, Tiago. Okay, so we are going to say bye-bye to Papa Revolt.
Bye. Thank you. I I I have fun doing this,
Yes.
and
Okay.
it's nice to talk to and discuss things with people who have similar mindsets,
Yeah.
and someday I'll rise up and become your leader, and we'll rule the world. Thank you. Bye.
Good luck with that. All right. Bye-bye. Bye, Dad. Bye-bye, folks. He's heading out. Yeah, and now you guys get the worst revolt. Okay, you guys get the bad revolt here. All right. Thank you, Dad. I'm gonna hit you. Okay.
Ow!
At some point, Dad, we didn't do the reactions. The reactions we can do it. We'll do them some other time. Okay. Guys, I had some what is it called? Some PragerU reaction from my dad and I to do, but we'll wait to do that till a different time because we've kind of okay. We could do it. Well, yeah, tomorrow's Sunday, but yes, we could do it. You mean like separately from the live streams? I'm guessing. Okay, yeah, we could do that. We'll think about it. I'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye, Dad.
Bye.
All right, you guys. All right, you guys. All right, you guys. Okay. All right, you guys. Hello. Ooh. All right. Yay, that was fun. That was fun. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yay, Papa Revolt. We have other things to talk. We got some other stuff to do, folks. Talk about. I'm gonna put this chair back. How's everyone doing? Ugh. How's everyone doing out there? He's fine, Mayflower Kid. Trust me. All right. What do you mean CR is a bigot? How dare you, HGMS? What do you mean CR is a bigot? HGMS, I see you. I was going to give you a boop, but you don't get a boop now. You don't get a boop. Okay, no boop for you. Louise, here's a boop for Louise because Louise said bye to my dad. Boop Louise. Now, Louise, I also sent you a response to your buy me a coffee request, okay? So you should check your buy me a coffee. I sent you a video response. Yes, Bright Love, we are done with the Epstein horrors for now, all right? How dare you, Ninja? You're all a bunch of traitors. Okay, fine, Dolly Boy. Boop for you, too. Boop for you. And fuck you, Tiago, and you don't get a boop, all right? You don't get a boop, okay? All right, so... Okay. Yes, Louise. So check your buy me a coffee. I sent you a video response, Louise, and it is steamy. It's not that kind of video response. Okay. Yes, Tiago. Tiago, whenever you come in here, it's always complain. Why didn't you give me attention? Listen to my music. Why aren't we listening to my music right now in the middle of a stream that I've already have planned out? What you got to relax, Tiago. You got to relax, okay? Like, when my father's here, I'm not saying hello to everyone that comes in the stream because he's talking. You understand, Tiago? Okay. So if you're gonna burst in the middle of my goddamn stream, you need to flow with the water, Tiago. Flow with the water. Okay. Now I don't know if people in Portugal, know that or know basic manners. But I think they should, Tiago. I think they should. They should learn from America, which is the greatest country on earth, Tiago. That's a joke, by the way. I hope you all know. I'm always mean to Tiago whenever he's in here. I'm always mean to you. Don't you dare clip that. It's a joke. Okay. All right. So, okay. All right. What do we got to do? That's true, Tiago. You really should. You should let yourself. I wish the French would have occupied your country because they would have at least civilized your people, Tiago. Guys, I'm joking with Tiago. Tiago knows I'm joking with him. I'm just an asshole, okay? Yeah, Drusilla, okay, folks, let's not get into the Europe versus America debate, okay? I don't want all the Europeans out there to be humiliated at the superiority of my country. The point here is, folks, okay, I'm joking. You all know Europe is so much better than the United States, okay, in almost every single way imaginable. I gotta tell you, it just is. I'm lashing out. I am lashing out, okay? I'm enraged at all of you for no reason. Okay, I'm enraged at all of you. Okay. Okay. All right. What should we do, guys? What else do we have to do today? So, some things we can do out there, folks. We got some things to talk about, don't we? We still got some more things to talk about. I did have some videos saved. Imagine being European, and no, I'm not coping being American. Lacroix. Right. Okay. So some things to things to talk about, right? It is Mayflower. Okay, it's separation anxiety. Okay, let's talk about some other stuff we got going on. All right, now.
All right,
I
y'all,
wanted
welcome to the
to
show.
show
Hope
you
everybody out
something,
there
guys.
is having an awesome...
That's true, Kiana. I agree. You're right. There you go, Kiana. I'm lashing out because the American empire is falling. Correct. Which is actually what's literally happened with the American empire. It's lashing out randomly. By the way, long live Europe, and let's hope the empire falls quicker. Anyway, the American empire, by the way, and God, for those who are in Europe, please save me. please take me into your homes and save me. And I would really like some refuge away from this country right now. God bless America, but please save me. Help me. Let me come over there. Someone give a room for me so I can be safe. Thank you. By the way, I love ICE. Love ICE. America first. Make America great again. Please don't come after me. Please don't come after me, powers that be. Also, love Israel. Really love Israel. Support them 100%. God, please save me. Help me get out of here. All right. So, oh my God, a bright love. What? All right. Everyone ready? Matt Saigon, don't you dare. Okay. Drizella, I don't care. You can add something. Okay, you know what? I'm getting distracted. Talking to all of you, all right? Whatever. Let's go to here. We have Kyle Kalinske, who I know Matt Saigai loves. Matt Saigai loves Kyle Kalinske. Matt Saigai thinks that Kyle Kalinske never makes any mistakes and is a perfect commentator who never accidentally makes any racist remarks or anything. Regardless, the reason I'm showing you Kyle Kalinske today is because Kyle Kalinske did a segment that I could not find elsewhere. I could not find the CNN segment he's talking about, so I just decided to watch his version of this, okay? Can you hear my bells? Do you all like the bells? Okay, so the segment he did was about a CNN segment talking about how low Trump's and the Republicans' approval ratings are right now. And I know that elections seem like crap, but it is an interesting thing that how low all of those numbers are dropping for Trump and the Republicans. And it might be a good sign for the midterms. I know we still need to do more than just the election stuff at this point, folks, but you know what I mean? But still, it is interesting. So let's watch this real fast.
Awesome day. It is Thursday, January 29th, and I got a great one for you lined up. So in just a second, we have some new numbers coming out. It looks like Trump is super duper ultra extra mega cooked for the midterms, assuming it's a free and fair election, y'all, which is a pretty, I don't know, it's a pretty iffy assumption at this moment, if you ask me. But we'll talk about that. We also have this incredibly disheartening story of a bunch of MAGA idiots falling for fake Somali fraud videos.
Yay, guys, don't you love that? I think Meowzord predicted this. Are you still here, Meowzord? Oh, of course, LaCroix. But, you know, we all know the Democrats are probably going to fumble the midterms anyway. But, hey, at least right now, a lot of Americans don't like the Republicans and Trump. Are you still here, Meowzord? Because I think you called this. I think Meowzord called this. Meowzord's like, because of AI, we're going to start getting a bunch of crap AI videos that are like propaganda, which we already have. Yeah, Zord is always lurking. But Kyle talking about how there's a bunch of fake Somali videos out there that is like riling up the racism and anger of MAGA, which of course, you know, all right.
AI slop, fake Somali fraud videos, and they're all in. This country in the long run, man, I don't know how
I don't know. Looks like Meowsard abandoned us.
Survive this. With AI videos on the rise and the IQ of the right currently plummeting seemingly by day, I don't know how we survive this. And then later on, Megyn Kelly hits a disturbing new low that we'll talk about. We also have Trump losing his strongest soldiers, which you simply love to see. And Trump's board of peace is really just imperialism on steroids.
So I want to get
That's
to
what it actually is. Stuff. And I got a great video that breaks that down for you. So you guys know the drill. This is real independent media, y'all. I've never talked to an average independent media here. Foreign episodes every single would look like.
Here we go.
Get it, y'all. So let's start with this here. We got some new numbers that just came out on what the midterms would look like given Trump's economic numbers. And let's just say it does not look good for our big, beefy, wet president. So let's take a look. Here we go.
Ew.
The economy and inflation ate Joe Biden's presidency alive, and now it is eating Donald Trump's presidency alive. I mean, just take a look here. Net approval rating on the economy. You go back to this point in the Joe Biden presidency, he was 19 points underwater. You go into Donald Trump's presidency, hey, he started off in the positive territory at plus 6 points, but down he goes, down the slide into the ocean he goes, negative 20 points. Donald Trump is actually in slightly worse position right now in the economy than Joe Biden was in this presidency. And of course, Joe Biden, as I said at the top, the economy ate his presidency alive. And right now it is eating Donald Trump's presidency alive.
He is doing horribly in the polls. Like, horribly in the polls. Like, I mean, like, going from January 2025 to like that. I mean, that's like a year, but still, Jesus Christ, it's bad, okay?
Out of the focus the last few days, understandably, has been on the immigration crackdown. Is that what Americans want to see?
No, this is the whole thing. You know, why is Donald Trump going into Iowa right now? And it is because of this. I mean, Trump administration is focusing too little on lowering prices. The vast majority, 3 in 4 Americans say he's focusing too little on lowering prices. That's why he's going into Iowa. What is he focusing too much on? He's focusing too much on deportations.
I love the idea of your average American looking at a menu and it's like, what would you like the president to focus on?
Yeah, I will say he really likes stats and data. Harry Enton is very much into the data.
Lower prices or fascism? Like, yeah, I would hope they're just going to be like, the prices, please.
The Americans want to focus on the economy and lowering prices. They don't want on deportations. And right now, they think it's flipperoo.
Shocking.
And that's why Donald Trump, again, going into Iowa, trying to flip that script, a script that right now the American people do not like.
Full disclosure, I cheated and actually read ahead on this presentation. This next slide, I think, is the most interesting. What do we know about when presidents aren't doing well with the economy, how that affects the midterms?
I'm going to forgive John for skipping ahead here, but the audience will follow along with the lesson plan as it was supposed to be told. Take a look here. The president's party, the average midterm House seat loss. If the president's net approval rating on the economy is positive, which Donald Trump isn't, you keep your House seats lost to a minimal, right?
So even if you're doing a good job on the economy, in a midterm election, you usually lose about 9 seats. Okay.
9 seats on average. If it is negative, the president is not liked on the economy. If his net approval rating on the economy is negative, as it is right now for Donald Trump, look at the average House seat loss. It's
So on average, historically, yeah, Jonas, we can't fully trust polls. Polls are the best data we have, but you can't fully trust them. But if it were held today, the polls predict that the Republicans would be losing 28 House seats. If the polls today are right by the time we have the midterms, okay? That's pretty bad for the Republicans, obviously. That's very bad for the Republicans. I'm going to Trump this. There we go. So that's interesting, right? That's a very interesting sign.
28 seat loss on average.
Bro, that's if your net approval on the economy is underwater. But that could be like, oh, he's -3 or -6. No, Trump is like -20. The Republicans...
Yeah, and Louise, you're right. I want to point out, Louise here makes a very good point. Louise says, if you have the midterms, yeah, because do we all agree that it might make... hello, J-Mac. Yeah, exactly, J-Mac, okay? Yes, if we, first of all, if we even have the midterms. Second of all, remember what I've said, folks. When the government does horrible things to American citizens, and then suddenly there is, and it gets caught on camera, that typically radicalizes people and makes it harder for them to look away and makes them come out and vote more and makes them angrier. So if the Trump administration keeps making mistakes like that, it'll be hard, okay, for him to win the midterms. But again, I will say J-Mac is right. J-Mac says, I think we'll have the midterms, but they won't be fair. Yeah, the Republicans are now trying to pass legislation to make it a lot harder for people to vote, to require proof of citizenship and IDs, and to ban any kind of mail-in voting. All right? So they are doing everything they can to make voting very hard during the midterms. I know you guys can disagree with me here. I don't think that they're going to cancel the midterms. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's much more likely that they'll just pass a bunch of legislation to really limit who can vote and make it really hard for people to vote. I could be wrong about that. But that is a way of sort of, yeah, right. But that's not the same as like canceling the midterms. It's sort of a distinction without a difference though. Okay. All right. Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be basically rigged. It'll make it really hard for people to vote. They'll probably get rid of a lot of early voting. Just really limit the voting, right?
It's a free and fair election. They will they will lose over 30 seats for sure. It'll be just from sea to shining sea, wiped the fuck out ski is
But
what it would
guys,
look like.
Which would wave adios amigos, goodbye,
Meowsword.
see you later, that House majority, and it probably would put the Senate majority.
Oh, absolutely, Jonas. Yes. Gerrymandering will affect the midterm elections. Okay. Very much so. Which is weird, Jonas, because this number is even with the gerrymandering. Even with the gerrymandering, the numbers right now look like the Republicans would lose 28 seats. Now, again, this is very early polling, folks. This could change, but at this moment, that is a sign that there's a lot of hatred out there of Donald Trump and the Republicans. But we'll see what happens. I don't want anyone to get too much hope because, this stream is all about not having hope, right? It's we're a black pilled stream here, right? We know that. Okay. But this is somewhat of a good sign. At least there's enough angry people out there. All right. Okay. And isn't there something they're making it harder for women to vote? Yeah. Oh, yes, Louise. Absolutely. Because of needing a birth certificate and shit like that. Okay. Yeah, it's or not a birth. I forget what it is, Louise, but yes, I've read about that. It'll be harder, especially for women who have had their maiden names changed to vote. Okay. Oh yes, because they require birth certificates which don't have the name women who have changed their names. That's what it is. Okay. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens here.
Already in danger as well. When a presidency negative on the economy, his party suffers. Big league, to put it into President Trump's language, big league when it comes to the midterm election.
And that's just negative. That doesn't even account for negative 20 on the economy. All right, going to Iowa, there will be an open Senate seat there. What are the prediction markets saying about that seat?
Okay, so if you know anything about Iowa, recent politics in Iowa, right?
Jonas.
The president won it by double digits. He's won it all 3 times. There has not been a Democratic senator that was a non-incumbent Democrat to win an Iowa Senate seat since 1984. The chance that the GOP wins in 2026, a year ago, to win that Senate seat, it was 81%. Now it's down to 66%. Look, that's still a majority chance, but in a state that Donald Trump won by double digits, that foreshadows big problems coming into the midterm election.
By the way, even that, no, we're talking like a coin flip in Iowa at the rate we're going because
okay. So I just wanted to show you guys that there is some evidence that things aren't looking good for Trump and the Republicans. Again, though, guys, I don't want you guys to go think, though, oh, well, that means we'll be fine, right? No, guys, we're still in the midst of fascism. And those elections are in November, which is quite a while away. That's like quite a long time away. How many months is that? It's a lot of months. Okay, it's a lot of months. So a lot of months away. And in the meantime, we're still in a fascist regime, and they may limit the elections anyway. And as I've said before, folks, what have I said before? We cannot go back to the all together now. We cannot go back to the status quo. We cannot go back to the status quo. If we go back to the status quo, we will have another Trump. We will have another Trump. Okay. We cannot go back to the status quo, right? Because the status quo is what created Donald Trump. So even if the Democrats take a bunch of seats, even if they take a bunch of seats in, why is the light so dark? In Congress, that it doesn't mean a shit if they don't do major reforms in the country, right? If they don't do major goddamn reforms in the country, right? Thank you, Victoria. I will take a drink. It will just go back to another fascist, right? Because we need major reforms in this country. Okay, so again, I just need to make that clear. Someone tell me in the chat, what is it? Why is it that what allows fascism to form? Okay, just someone give me some examples, guys. We've talked about it 1,000 times. We cannot go back to the status quo. What allows fascism to come about? Right? What allows fascism to come about? Someone tell me. Give me some examples. Okay. No, Matt Sai guy, the opposite. Well, okay, what is it? What allows fascism to form? Okay, come on, folks. Yo, I'm gonna snap at you. There you go, Dolly Boy. Economic crises, right? So people being disenchanted with the government. There you go. Okay, well, Matt's like kind of, yeah, actually, yes. People being disenchanted with the economic system. Thank you, Macy. You framed it the best. Discontent populations. If you're poor, if you're hungry, if you're sick, if the democracy is viewed as not working for the average person, okay, that opens the door to fascism because the fascists come along like this. They're like, hey guys, the people to blame here are the immigrants or trans people are the cause of all the problems. Don't look up. Don't look at the elites. Okay. They use scapegoating to distract from those problems. And then they claim to be, we're going to drain the swamp and we're going to fix all these problems. Don't worry, just vote for us, okay? And we'll kill all the brown people or whatever, okay? And like, okay, exactly, Lacroix. So it is when capitalism is in decay. Now, if you want me to use socialist Lacroix, I love your use of Marxist language here. But like, if an economic system is struggling and a political system is struggling, then you're gonna get fascism eventually. And so if we just go back to the way things were, people are still going to be suffering economically. Nothing's going to change. And remember what happened when we went back to Biden. What happened, guys? What happened? We ended up going right back to Trump. Okay? So we need to make permanent change that prevents the fascists from taking over again. All right? We get it? Yay. You got it? You all get it? Love it. I know I kind of got into a mood there, but I felt that it was important to express how I felt. Okay, so Jonas asks now, I know you've probably discussed, but what are the peaceful pathways for reform in the sense when your media and socials are controlled by the right? So Jonas, there have been a lot of progressives who have been successful at getting elected into office. So, even though a lot of them aren't supported by mainstream media. So it is possible to get progressives elected, people that want to make reform. And you can get around social media. You can get around the media, like Mamdani, for example, AOC. But there's a lot of forces working against them. So that those prospects of peaceful reform are slim, in my opinion. But it is possible. All right, it is possible. If people. What you need to do, guys, okay, if you want me to give you another, how dare you, Mayflower Kid? If you want to do peaceful reform, this is how it has to be done. You either need to have a president, a very powerful president, who is that's a Democrat, who's a progressive Democrat, and the Democrats also control Congress, Senate and the House, and then that progressive Democrat could use the bully pulpit to bully Democrats who do not go along with progressive policy. So that's one way to do it. You literally have a progressive president who gets in front of a mic and says, we're going to do universal health care. By the way, I wonder why is this Democrat, and literally name them, this Democrat and this Democrat and this Democrat not supporting this bill that clearly everyone in the country wants? Oh, that's right, they're being bribed. So if we actually had a strong president who got in front of a camera and was willing to call out other Democrats for their corruption and humiliate them, there you go, JMac, exactly, which is what FDR did, okay? And yeah, you have to have a strong president that kind of bullies people. Okay, Jonas, do you know what FDR did? He threatened to pack the court. He threatened to add a bunch more members to the Supreme Court, which kind of pressured the Supreme Court to do what he wanted. And yes, guys, I know it sounds kind of dark. It's kind of like Trumpian tactics. But what has Trump been able to do? He's been able to get shit done. And it wouldn't be breaking the law, unlike what Trump did. So you can pass reforms that way through a corrupt system. If you have literally, we would just need to elect one powerful progressive president and then take control of the Senate and the House to push that through. Okay. The other way is to literally stack Congress with progressives. That'll be hard. That'll be hard. There's a lot of institutional barriers to that. Okay. A lot of institutional barriers. But yes, so that'd be another way to do it. I think it's more likely that we'd elect a progressive president. But of course, all these things are unlikely because the Democratic Party would never let that happen. Or at least they would fight it every single moment they could. Okay. Every single moment they could. But all right. So in my opinion, we need we need massive resistance. Okay, we need massive populist resistance. Okay, what if we do nothing and just weird amorphous blob? Not possible, right? And this is why I say, so Weird Amorphous Blob says, why don't we just trust the Democrats to restore the glories of liberalism? As you know, Weird Amorphous Blob, because you're joking here, is no, we cannot trust them. All right. Okay, Jonas, you can actually impeach members of the Supreme Court. You can do that. You can remove members of the Supreme Court. Or, Jonas, there is no limit on the number of judges that can be put on the Supreme Court. So you could literally just start adding judges until you get a number and enough judges on there that'll do what you want. Now, that would set a bad precedent. At this point, I don't really care because the Republicans have completely screwed over the Supreme Court. So anyway, hello, Plant Sunshine. All right. So, okay, those are some ways we could do that. But I suspect we're going to need mass resistance. We need to put pressure on the government. Exactly, Virtual Violence. We need to put pressure on the government. I will say this, though, Virtual Violence. I know, right, Jonas? I will say this. There is, so Virtual Violence says, I feel like it doesn't matter how progressive the president is if society in general isn't progressive. So what we could do, Virtual Violence, is like a lot of times, I believe this strongly. If you push through a bunch of reforms, suddenly people won't be as a conservative. I know that sounds like I'm being overly hopeful, but think about it. If progressives got into power and, for example, gave everyone universal health care, and suddenly all these MAGA folks have to pay less for health care and no longer have to deal with insurance companies, they might suddenly be less likely to vote for the other side. Now, they'll still be racist and shit, but I think a lot of people will end up voting based off their material interests. So actually, a lot of times ruling from the top down can change how people view things. Like, for example, FDR created a bunch of social programs that there was a lot of pressure against previously, but after he implemented them, now we've never been able to get rid of them because people like them so much. Okay? You're right, Meowzord. Like, they might suddenly find another grievance. Yeah, correct, Meowzord. They might suddenly find another grievance, but again, most MAGA people aren't calling for the end of social security or Medicare or Medicaid. As a matter of fact, the Republicans keep getting pushback for trying to end those things. So, you can see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I know, Meowser. It's so stupid. But okay, you see what I mean? So, we could debate this, but I think if you make the changes, that'll partially change society. If you change the material reality, that can also help change society. All right? It won't get rid of all the problems, though, at all. Okay? All right. So, there we go. And I could be wrong because there's also a lot of propaganda out there. So it could be a lot of this stuff could be distracted. Or okay. So let's talk about something else, folks. Oh, I thought you guys would find this funny. This is a PragerU video. Now, oh, that'd be cool. That'd be a really good idea, Drizilla. I'll consider that. I mean, I don't think they would come on. I'm still too small for people to want to come on here, but I can ask them. I'll ask her. Okay, so here we go. We have Mexico has a good thing in that people vote for Supreme Court. Yes, Henry, we need to reform the Supreme Court for sure. There's a lot of things we need to reform, folks. So we could have a top-down revolution. Those, I don't trust it in this country. There's a lot of institutional barriers. But I think we still need to do stuff on the ground, guys. That's why I'm saying, just remember, it's very unlikely that the country will change from the top down at this point. I think it is. Okay, so this is a PragerU video. It's kind of supposed to be funny, as in I'm kind of showing it to you guys as a, what is it called? As a palate cleanser, because it's kind of insane. Apparently, yes, Mayflower Kid. I know it's a fake university. All right. So I thought you'd all get a good laugh. Yes, Bray Big Brain. I actually showed people Giancarlo Esposito's comments. All right, everyone ready? Okay. Did you watch Professor Dave's? I think you two have some in common. I have seen his stuff, Virtual Violence. I could reach out to him. I can maybe reach out to him because I'm trying to find people. I'm still very small, folks. So I think a lot of folks they don't see a point in collaborating with me. But I can reach out to see if he will. Okay. Thank you, Drizilla. So here we go. This is This is going to be in schools, right, Henry G? So this is the kind of shit that PragerU is putting out still. This is very recent. Everyone ready? I think you'll find it amusing. Here we go.
There are no shortcuts. There are no hacks. If you want to take the easy road, I promise you it's longer.
Okay, already he needs to calm down. Okay, can he he needs to calm down. He's a little too into it, and his face looks very angry. Okay. Okay, if you lead with your most viewed are oh, that's true. That's true, Meowzord. Okay. What do you mean if I lead with it, Meowzord? Yeah, like you mean Meowzord, do you mean like your I talk about them? Yeah, that's true. Okay. Okay. So he's kind of crazy, right? Is it okay? So all right. So he's kind of I know he's kind of losing his mind, isn't it? Now apparently this guy is a Navy SEAL. It says here Navy SEAL retired, author, extreme ownership, the host of the Jocko podcast. So how dare you, J-Mac, imply that I think Prager is attractive? That's disgusting. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, oh, I know, Big Braden. Again, folks, I can make a comment here about the phrenology. Yeah, right, Tiago. Okay, anyway, here we go.
And more painful than the hard road.
Yeah, his name literally is Jocko.
I know. I've lived it. I've ventured down the easy road at times in my life, and it never led to anywhere good. The positive things in my life always came when I faced the biggest challenges. I joined the Navy. I took the hard road in the...
Guys, can I just remind you, I know I have fascism on the brain, but do we remember Umberto Eco's list of all the traits of fascism? Remember that one that is, fascism is about struggle for struggle's sake? Struggle for struggle's sake. The idea that fascists love the idea of struggling because they feel like struggling is good in itself. Conflict is good in itself. Like, a lot of the stuff he's saying here sounds very fascist. Like, you know, I just like to struggle all the time. Life is a struggle. You should enjoy the struggle. Okay? It's like, for what purpose? Like, struggling for what? All right, there you go, Toy. He looks like a Temu MMA figurine. Absolutely. Okay. So interesting.
Navy and made it into the SEAL teams. There, I had the honor of leading men in combat. I learned some lessons along the way, lessons that have been tested on the battlefield and when implemented lead to success in any arena. One of the best things I've learned is that anyone has what it takes to travel the hard road, to walk the path that leads.
I'm honestly worried that he's going to have like a stroke or something. I know, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to do yeah, exactly, Jonas. Like, I don't know if like, he's, like, I swear, I bet, like, the veins are popping in his neck right now. He was all right in the beginning, but then all the intellectual dark web folks would circle jerk with him. Oh, that's a shame, Meowsword. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, it also depends on what your definition of success is here. All right.
Success. That includes you. It won't be easy. It will demand everything you've got to give, but you can do it. And I want to give you 3 key principles.
I mean, I do agree with him. I mean, I partially agree with him. Like, the idea is, yeah, I mean, overall, yeah, there's going to be a lot of struggle, folks. We need to push for change and shit. But I feel like that's not really the approach he's meaning to, what he's talking about. I don't think he's meaning we need to go riot and shit. Okay.
I've learned that will help you to get it done. Principle number 1, discipline equals freedom. That's not a contradiction. It's an equation. Discipline might appear to be the opposite of freedom, but in fact, discipline is the path to freedom.
Yeah,
discipline
right.
is the driver of daily execution. Discipline defeats the infinite excuses that hold you back. Some people think motivation is what will compel them to get things.
Hello, Macy. He liked how hard things are in the Navy. That right, Macy? Oh, I'm sure he was definitely a Navy man, wasn't he? I will say someone here complimented the suit. I agree. He actually has a very well-fitted suit. I mean, it's perfect in the shoulders. It's like just the right size for him. Men take note. He has a very well-fitted suit. I am not saying that that means anything about his character, but this is how a suit should fall. Now, I will say the neck is a little bit tight. He might have needed a slightly larger collar, but overall, very well-fitted suit. I will say. I'm not trying. Okay, anyway. Yeah, he needs to calm down a bit. Also, he's saying that discipline is what is necessary for freedom. Yeah, okay. Yes, but at the same time, I think a lot of people want to do the right thing and are inspired to do the right thing. It's not like a lot of people go around being like, "Oh, I really want to sexually assault people. Oh, I really want to steal. Oh, I really want to murder," and then they have to like discipline themselves. Um, but like I do get what he means though. I'm trying to all right.
Things done. But motivation is just an emotion, a feeling.
Hey, Promethean Rebel. Yeah, you're right. He does look kind of like, I know, he does look like a meathead. I don't mean that as a commentary on him as much as his suit is well fitting. Okay, I got to tell you.
Like all feelings, it's fickle.
Mayflower Kid, how dare you?
It comes and goes. You can't count on motivation to be there when you need to get through truly challenging times. But you can count on discipline. Discipline is something you dictate. Motivation won't make you exercise every day. Discipline will.
Yeah.
Motivation won't stay up late and finish a project for you. Discipline will. Motivation isn't going to get you out of bed in the morning. Discipline will. Make discipline part of your daily life.
Yeah, Meowzord.
And your daily life will get better.
Honestly, guys, I'm not a big fan of the whole like self-help shit, but he's not wrong. Like there are ways. Oh, God, I hate that I'm agreeing with him partially. Like, yeah, discipline is important for a lot of things. Now, he's oversimplifying because I don't like placing the blame on people. Like, it's really hard to have discipline when your material conditions are shit, right? Or like get out of bed in the morning if you don't feel, if like you don't like their job, or if you have depression. And yeah, exactly, Drizella. Like that's the other issue. People who have like clinical depression or whatever, if you don't have motivation to be disciplined, how are you going to be disciplined? So, but yeah, he's partially right. Discipline is important, but again, remember, I don't really believe in free will. I know we can debate this, but you also need like conditions to be right for you to have discipline. Well, okay.
Principle number 2, stay humble.
Yeah,
life,
it doesn't seem like
you
the
are going
worst.
to have to do things that you don't want to do. Maybe
Dolly
things
boy.
that you don't think you should have to do. Things that offend your precious ego. When I got done with basic SEAL training and reported on board SEAL Team 1, you know what I was assigned to do? I was assigned to clean toilets. That's right. Despite having just graduated some of the most difficult military training in the world, despite being assigned to an elite commando unit, my first mission at the actual SEAL team was to clean toilets. Not exactly a glorious job.
Exactly, Drizella.
But you know what? I did it. I did it to the best of my ability and took pride in doing it well. And that attitude got noticed.
Right, Weird and Morvis Blob.
If I cared,
I had to clean toilets. I had to, like, the tone is kind of funny.
That much about how clean the toilets were, people knew I would do a good job with even more important assignments. After a short period of time, I got those more important assignments. But it was humility that opened the door for me. Now, being humble does not mean you shouldn't be confident. You certainly have to believe that you are a capable person.
Okay, yeah.
But don't let confidence
this isn't that bad.
turn into arrogance.
Yeah, okay.
So keep your ego in check.
All right.
And stay humble. The third and final principle, take ownership of everything. I call this extreme ownership. In the military, the best leaders and the best troops were the ones that took ownership of everything in their world. Not just the things they were responsible for, but for every challenge and obstacle that impacted their mission.
Okay.
When something went wrong, they cast no blame. They made no excuses.
Yeah, which is what
They took
Trump
ownership of the problem and fixed it.
So, real fast. Okay, guys, like, exactly, Outer. So, I'm not honestly that triggered. I thought this would be a lot worse. This isn't that bad. I have some critiques, but they're minor critiques, okay? He's making some points. Here's the thing that I don't like about this stuff, okay? And that's not to say I just want to dismiss it overall, is I don't like where a perceived lack of discipline results in blame, right? You see what I mean? Like, some of the language around discipline, like he seems to be doing pretty good about not blaming people, but like the implication being that if you're not disciplined, it's your fault and that you just need to be more disciplined. And that must mean you're lesser than if you don't have the same discipline that this guy in the Navy SEALs does. Okay. Like you have to be kind of a certain kind of person to be in the Navy SEALs to begin with. So like really you do. That is one of the hardest, most extreme training regimens in the world. My point though is like, if people aren't disciplined, we have to understand that doesn't mean there's something wrong with them. You see what I mean? Like that I would say discipline is more of a luxury than it is a sign of being better. You know what I mean? Okay. I feel a lot of times the discipline stuff gets viewed as like a negative. It's used to judge people, right? Or like call people lazy or something like that. Okay.
You can implement this attitude as well, not only in your job,
Yeah, Macy.
but in your life. Let other people blame their parents, their boss, or the system. Let weaker people complain that the world isn't fair.
Okay, now I very much disagree with this, right? We'll let weaker people claim the world isn't fair. Okay, come on, dude. You had me for everything else. But like you mean like just pointing out reality and how a person is oppressed and they don't like the world is not weakness. I think we would all agree that in a lot of ways, people who defy the system and point out flaws are actually very strong people because it takes a lot to go against the grain. Right, Jonas? Jesus, yeah, we live in a meritocracy. But so I don't like that part of this at all. Yeah, guys, you're just this is very much like the rest of that stuff isn't necessarily aligned with the elites. It could be. That's specifically aligned with the elites. The idea, people who complain about injustices, they're just weak.
You are the leader of your life. Take ownership of everything in it. So,
again,
be
though,
disciplined in
there are certain things you should take ownership for, but a lot of things aren't necessarily your fault. And you should be able to direct the blame at others. Okay, I know that sounds, I'm saying like blame others for your problems, but yeah, it's really hard to afford like rent. Are you going to be like, it's okay to say that's because our system is screwed up. You see what I mean? Okay. Virtual violence. Okay. How about this virtual violence? Remind me if you don't, well, we'll talk about this in a second, virtual violence. Remind me in a few minutes, virtual violence, to talk about my free will comment, okay? All right.
all that you do. Don't subject yourself to the whims of motivation.
I know,
Stay humble and be willing to do what needs to be done. And take extreme ownership of your life and everything in it. Then choose the hard path. The path of
Jonas.
responsibility, hard work, and sacrifice. The path of discipline, humility, and ownership that ultimately leads to freedom. If you follow these principles, then nothing in the world will stop.
Extreme.
I'm Jocko Willink,
Jocko.
host of the Jocko Podcast and author of Extreme Ownership
LaCroix.
for Prager University.
Okay. So that actually wasn't terrible. I disagree with some of the comments at the end. And I will say, Jonas made a funny comment here. It's not okay to blame the system and leaders, but it's okay to blame immigrants. Yeah. You know, a lot of MAGA and stuff. Isn't that funny? How like he's like, don't blame don't complain, don't blame the system. You know, some of the biggest people that blame others are like those, and they blame the wrong people, are people who hate migrants and stuff. Anyway, okay. To go back to virtual violence's question, I think I've talked about this before, but yeah, I know I'll get pushback for this, guys, but the scientific consensus, guys, pretty much is that free will doesn't exist. And bear with me, I know this is an idea that is new in the world and is still not widely accepted or understood, okay? Human beings are animals. When we see a dog do something that we disagree with, are we like, oh, well, that dog is to blame and should have made a better choice? Or are we like, oh, that's just an animal doing that behavior? It's kind of doing it on instinct. It's an animal, right? Um, I've actually did a presentation on this. There's a great book. You know what? Let me 1 second. I'm going to grab the book so you guys can see it. Okay. If you want to read a really good book on this, you should read this one. It's Robert Sapolsky's Determined: A Science of Life Without Free Will. He is a neuroscientist. I think he's at Yale or Harvard or something. A lot of new let me explain, guys. So uh a lot of neurologists, a lot of new brain research and stuff I'm going to put up my face for this. I know you guys can give me pushback. I know, but here, let me put up the face here, okay? Um, so a lot of research has come out from neurologists, from cognitive scientists and stuff that seem to indicate that no, all of our behavior is dictated by electrical reactions and chemical reactions in our brain, okay? Like there are so many layers of things that affect our decisions we make and stuff. As a matter of fact, when you make a decision, there's an electrical reaction in your brain a few microseconds before you've even made the decision, as in your brain is making the decision for you. You see what I mean? Okay. Your brain is making the decision for you. It's not like it feels like we're making decisions, but that is a label we've put on a reaction that our brain is having. Now then, let me explain. Okay. Let me explain though. Does that mean that we shouldn't live like like we are making our decisions? No, because if if you believe that you're making decisions, that affects how you behave. Does it mean you're actually making decisions? No. All right, but it'll affect how you behave, and it'll affect how you feel. And I think, guys, it is and I could do a whole presentation on this about all the layers of things that affect how people are thinking or feeling at any moment. There was a study that was done of judges where they looked at what sentences do judges pass down on inmates relative to the last time the judges ate. Judges who just had lunch gave much less harsh sentences to criminals than judges who hadn't eaten lunch that day. Like, so even at like decisions that judges make that they think are unbiased or neutral are completely influenced by did they eat recently? Did they not eat recently? Blood sugar, Macy, 100%. Okay. Genetics affects these things. We know that people who have addiction in their family are more likely to be addicted to things. Um, Okay, correct, Jonas. That's exactly my point, Jonas. Jonas says if that's true, then how do we create an environment that deters people from immoral acts? And this is why, guys, I think it's important. I think it's very important for us to view the world this way, because that'll make us focus on changing the environment that creates the behaviors of people. Because if there's one thing that's true, the thing that changes people's behavior, it's their environment. It is the stuff they have access to. It's the experiences they've had in life. That is what influences your decisions. So if we want people to make better decisions and they don't have free will, we need to change the environment to be more conducive for better decisions. We need people to be raised well. We need people to not feel, not experience trauma. You see what I mean? And if people started thinking that way, as opposed to blaming individuals for making bad decisions, I think we'd have a much better society. So instead of blaming that person who, I don't know, stole something from a local store, we might want to start thinking about what made them steal that thing. What experiences in their life? Was it the fact that they don't have access to food? You see what I mean? Jonas, no, it would not, because you can do this democratically. And I think countries that do provide more materially for their citizens have less crime and things like that, and people are happier and they make better decisions. Like some of the Scandinavian countries, people make much better decisions because they have a much better environment. And okay. Yeah, okay, you see what I mean? But Jonas, it's a again, all right. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Now again though, guys, that does not mean that we shouldn't like you. Don't go around thinking that you're not making decisions, because that kind of can then turn into an excuse for doing bad things, I guess you could say. But anyway, you see what I mean. All right, and I know that is kind of dark, but it is scientifically that's what is believed. Okay, oppositional, defiant, disorder, right, predominant white, as an excuse, or predominantly white. Yeah, they do. Glutamyalgia, a lot of racists will say that, and that's just not true. That's not the reason they're doing so well. It's because of the socioeconomic situation of those countries. Okay, but asking questions to shit on your views, just fearful of too much power in the hands of certain people. No. I like it, Jonas. You need to question these ideas. This is a very Promethean rebels. This is a very difficult topic, and one that I think people need to discuss more. Okay. So bot asking questions to shit on your views, fearful. Yeah, no, I got you, Jonas. I agree with you, right? That doesn't, and I think that creates a bad environment if you have authoritarians in view, right? Because that's why, like, anyone can make bad decisions about what's the best environment. I think there's no perfect way to do it apart from democratically people deciding collectively what it is. But you're right. There's no perfect way to do this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Predictable equals no free will. But either way, I love these types of. What do you mean? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Predictable. Forgive me. Would you rephrase that? Virtual violence. Okay. No. I think it's crucial to note that lacking free will doesn't mean your will is deterministic either. Yes and no, Bright Love. Yes, you're right. Like, the fact, like, things you experience will change. There you go, Bright Love. Yes, you're correct, Bright Love. It's not predestined. It is not predestined. This is complicated, right? But like, we can create a society that makes it easier for us to make better decisions and things like that, if that makes sense. So I don't want people to think that they're powerless. You're not powerless, all right? You're not powerless at all. And does this mean also, this does not mean that we should excuse behavior that is bad. Because, for example, going to the grossest example, pedophilia. It is scientifically, it's pretty well known that people that are attracted to children are basically born with that. Now, okay, now wait for my explanation here. All right? Does that mean that or that it's sort of established they're not making that choice? It's not like you're choosing to feel that way towards children. Does that mean we should let it happen? No. No. Okay? I am not. So it does not excuse the behavior, because these behaviors are very detrimental for society. Okay? It's bad for other people and traumatizing. So I am not saying that it excuses behavior, right? That is bad for other people or for society. Okay, I know that sounds gross, but I'm just using an extreme example to make a point, right? Um, okay. All right. Any other questions on that, right? And again, right. I treat it and don't exactly a bright love. There you go. I was born with depression and I treat it and don't act out on my urges. There you go, a bright love. Okay, how's it different? I know I've gotten a lot of hate for saying this, so no, you're right. Okay, it's not different. Like, you don't. Those people shouldn't be acting out on their urges, right? No, Meowsword. I should reframe that, Meowsword. You're right. I reframed it, Meowsword, from saying they're born with it to saying that it's not something you choose, right? Because you're right. The science on it is kind of unclear. It might be that some people are born with it. It might be that some people are traumatized into it. Okay? That, like, you experience a horrific trauma. So you're right, Meowsword. Exactly, guys. So you see what I mean here? Yeah. Okay. So fair. Jonas, I heard similar things from Alex O'Connor on morality and questioning whether it's just expressions of emotions and attitude. Yeah, Jonas. So I believe there are certain moral traits or moral beliefs that are sort of innate to humans. I just do. At the same time, yeah, some of these things are based off the present moment and the environment. However, Jonas, I think this is a positive thing. You know why? Because that means that we can decide as a community, and we can choose the best morals imaginable, right? So if there are bad morals out there, that doesn't mean that's set in stone, right? We can choose those. We can as a society, we can create those things, right? And people are typically inclined to have pretty good morals because you have to have a functioning society. Um, so okay, but this is complicated. I could talk about this for hours, guys. I think it's super interesting. Um, yeah, no, exactly, Promethean Rebel. Like, if, like, people are when people with addiction, right? There are genetic aspects of this, and even people with genetic aspects of an addiction problem. Um, Genetic aspects of an addiction problem. That doesn't mean you're going to be stuck as an addict. So, as a Bright Love said, this does not mean that you don't have like that things are unchangeable. Okay. Yeah, Meows. Yes, unfortunately, Jonas. Yeah, and Jonas, I can tell you, like the Nazis thought that they were deeply moral. A lot of them did. Okay, like the SS was trained that they were doing the best, greatest thing for Germany. Of course, we think they're very immoral because they were very immoral. And again, I'm not excuse. This is I don't want to give the wrong impression here, right? I think humans are better at morals than that. All right, like we. Okay. Um. Right, like Genghis Khan, for example. All right. Promethean Rebel. So addiction and dependence are very different things. Addiction is when you start to yep, absolutely, Promethean Rebel, absolutely. I know exactly what it is. Promethean Rebel. I used to work in a group home with teens and some adults who had an addiction disorder. Okay. Okay. Oh, maybe I may have phrased it wrong, Promethean Rebel. It may be that the chemical dependency is more linked to. No, it is addiction. It's addiction. It's addiction disorders that are somewhat linked to genetics, somewhat. Somewhat. There's other things too, socioeconomic status. Okay, hence the reason Nazi apologists say things like the right. Yes, but that's the issue, guys. This is very complicated because I'm not saying that any moral system is justified, right? I am not saying that at all. I would say that the issue here, guys, is what moral system out there? What is the basis of a good moral system? Tell me, what is the basis of one? Like, what makes something a good moral system? Uh, I'm just curious what you guys think, right? Like, because I think we can create a very good moral system that is much better than almost anything else. Yeah, there you go, Meows. Or checks and balances. What causes the least harm, right? Minimizing harms. Okay. And guys, this is something that you guys have to decide. Okay. I've done a stream on this before. All right. Okay. There you go. My view, guys, is that I want a system that supports the well-being of people, the physical well-being, the mental well-being. I think the key to my morality is I want to construct a system that is the best for people, that contributes the most to their well-being and their happiness. Okay. Now then, that is a personal opinion. I got to tell you. But we as a society can choose to make that our dominant way of doing things. And I think that's great. And I could easily judge that other societies that don't do that are not as good as I would want them to be, like the Nazis, for example. Okay? Yeah. There you go. There you guys go. Correct, exactly, gluteomyalgia. But guys, I know this is going to be this is whenever I talk about this stuff, it's very controversial, and you all know that I am very exactly, Jonas, I deeply respect you. I was about to mention news. Jonas says religion has formed a foundation of a lot of moral beliefs, but I am also a hypocrite because I reject aspects of it that I disagree with. Correct, Jonas. It's always been my opinion that people who claim that religion is part of their morality, they only follow those parts of it that they agree with to begin with, right? In my opinion, creating a moral system is much more beneficial than religion because a religion can also include very immoral things. And religious people typically ignore those things anyway. Like, okay. I know it's controversial, but like, you guys have to understand, as an anthropologist, yeah, different communities throughout history have had different moral values. There is not necessarily a set moral compass anywhere apart from some things that may be moral universals. Yeah, exactly, Tiago. All right. Yeah, Mayflower Kid. Uh, I partially agree with you, Mayflower Kid. There is some evidence that like human beings in the past that didn't have a good moral system were more likely to die. This sounds awful, folks. Okay, I know you all gonna think I'm crazy, but this is still debated amongst anthropologists and biologists. But like, let's imagine you were a hunter-gatherer and you were a piece of shit who killed people all the time and didn't have morals. You're not gonna live very long because some other group of hunter-gatherers is gonna hunt you down and kill you, or whatever it may be. So there was almost some natural selection that occurred that pushed humans to be more moral fundamentally. This is why I say some morality, some empathy and stuff are innate to human beings. It has been evolved inside of us, okay? There are certain cultural universals. Almost every society on earth doesn't think it's good to murder people. Now, there are slightly different definitions in what counts as murder, but all societies have an idea that murder is that there's certain killing that's unjust. Every society has a certain notion of theft being unjust. Every society has a certain notion of all these different things that are viewed as being unjust. Every society on earth, okay? Uh all right. You see what I mean? Okay. Now, we can talk about this more, but yes, okay. And right. Like I got to tell you, you guys know I'm an atheist. I still take Jonas, you're right. Okay, you're right. But Jonas, would you also agree yeah, exactly, Jonas, but correct, Jonas. But the same thing, by the way, Jonas, can be done with secular ideology, right? Jonas says by creating moral systems can be co-opted by evil leaders. Just think about how many people throughout history have suffered in the name of God or Allah. Yeah, Jonas. There's also, but in the same time, Jonas, you would also agree, a lot of really good moral things have been justified through God or Allah also, right? But it's the same thing with secular ideology, right? Like communism, theoretically a secular ideology, at least the Marxist version of it. Don't quibble with me, lefties. I'm trying to make a point. Was used to justify, even if they weren't really linked together, a lot of horrible things, and also it can be used to justify good things. Okay, you see what I mean? Yes, virtual violence, and this is my problem, guys. There you go, Jonas. This is my problem. So virtual violence says, do you think that form of selection, forcing greater morality, has flipped in more recent? Yes, and this is why when I say that there's no natural selection, I mean, there's no, there's no, what is it called? I'm sorry, free will. We have created a system in the United States where we put on a pedestal people that I think, and I think a lot of other people think, are immoral. We have created a system where being a vicious capitalist, competitive capitalist greed raises you up in society. Where being brutal and being inconsiderate of others and being selfish is raised up in society. Now, we can blame those individuals, but that won't change the fact that those individuals keep rising to the top because the system makes them rise to the top. So if we want to change that behavior, if we want to change the fact that these people are around and have so much power, we ought to change the system so that we create a system where it's not those people that rise to the top. Then we'll see a change in that behavior, right? Then the people that are more moral will rise to the top. Yeah, we're very individualist in the United States, okay? Very individualist. It's a problem. Okay. Bless you, Tiago. Bless you. Bless Shrek. Okay. All right. I know I've been rambling now for a little bit, guys. Let's move on to something else. Okay. I really like talking about this stuff. Again, folks, though, as I always say, especially after a conversation like this, I do not have a monopoly on truth. Just because I'm on the other side of a screen from you, you're all entitled to your own beliefs on this, and it doesn't mean I'm right just because I'm on the other side of a stream. I'm just a guy, okay? I'm just a person. I'm not special. I don't have any special insight on these things. I want you all to think about these things yourselves, and don't believe me just because I'm on the other side of a screen. Okay. So Promethean Rebel, we actually do, in my Discord community, we have a resources link where I've posted tons of books and articles that back up or that at least are things I've read that back up a lot of the presentations I do. Okay. So, yeah, like this book is in there. There's a ton of books and articles in there that I've posted. I haven't posted much in there recently, but I'll try to post more. Jonas, okay, Jonas, this is a great question. All right, ready guys for this? So Jonas asked the following. Odd question, but how do you not get depressed about not believing in life after death? I'd be depressed by the idea that my actions have no real purpose. Jonas, that's a complex question. So I do think my actions have a purpose. Okay? Like, I may die, but my actions will have an impact after I'm dead, okay? And it's almost like life. This is how I justify. Anyone can come up with any way, but other philosophers have said, like, your actions reverberate after you've died, okay? So I do think it's my actions, even after I die, are still having a reverberation. So yeah, I don't get really depressed, Jonas, because I won't care. I know this doesn't work for a lot of people, but like after I die, I don't care. I'm not going to be feeling anything. It'll be just like what it was like before I was born. People will be going about their days. Yeah, you're right, Jonas, but you won't care. You won't care. Jonas, and I know it seems like, well, what's the point, right? What is the point then? The point is to be human and to experience what it's like to be a human. Do you know how, guys, do you know how rare it is in the universe, as far as we know, for a bunch of atoms and molecules to come together and gain consciousness? Like, all the molecules making up our bodies are kind of lucky. You know what I mean? The fact that we are conscious, that is an experience in itself, right? Like, it is amazing that we are a bunch of conscious chemicals walking around on this planet. And I think that is an experience to have in itself. And I believe the purpose in life is to find your own purpose, okay? Find a purpose, something that gives you drive, gives you purpose, right? I have not gotten depressed. Okay, I have not gotten depressed about that. And I know it can be depressing, but yeah. There you go, virtual violence, right? It's very cool. And guys, I want you to know, like, okay. Yeah, you're dead, but it's okay. We also, guys, by the way, there are some, what are you, some sort of existentialist? Kind of. I mean, you guys can come up with your own idea. You all can come up with your own ideas about what the reason is for living, okay? Like, that's been debated by philosophers throughout history, throughout time. Okay. Fundamentally, it'll be whatever your body wants it to be, whatever makes you happy. Okay. Okay. You know what else that means, folks? Can I tell you something else that I think brings me joy? You know what brings me joy? I know this, I sound like a lib when I say, you know what brings me joy. What brings me joy is also knowing, guys, that my mistakes don't really matter. Okay. What do I mean by that? Does that mean I shouldn't be held accountable? No. Guys, like, you're going to die eventually, and it's not going to matter. It's okay to make mistakes. You know what I mean? It's like we're human, we're imperfect. You're not going to, like, it also is a way to make you feel less guilty and to not be so hard on yourself when you make mistakes. You see what I mean? Because, yeah, improve yourself, but you're human, you make mistakes. Those mistakes in the end, who cares? Right? Okay. You see what I mean? So it also makes me feel like happier to some way, in some ways. Yeah. Okay, guys, but we could debate this forever. You guys, you all can come up with your own ideas. Okay, thank you so much, Meowzord. Yeah, thank you so much, Meowzord. It's so awesome. Thank you for what do they call it? I'm sorry, the things there. All right. Thank you very much. And guys, if you're religious, it also means, guys, that if being religious is what brings you joy, do it. Who cares what I say? Right? Who cares? You like if that's what brings you joy is following a religion, who cares? Do it. Like, right? I trust, thank you, Tiago. I trust that you'll, okay. All right. But also, I will, one last thing, guys. I love human beings, and I think you all know, like, I really love human beings. And that's one of the things that brings me joy is that we're all stuck on this planet together. Why not be a big family? Look at this image. This is a famous image. Toya Toya sent it. This is an image of Earth taken from Voyager 1 when it's 3.7 billion miles away from the sun. So far away from us. Look at that. That little bit of light right there. You can barely see it. It's a dot, right? We're all stuck in this planet. We're all stuck on this planet together, floating through space. Why not love each other and care for each other and stop doing this bullshit? It's one of the reasons why I get so annoyed by all the bullshit, racism and religion and, hating immigrants. It's like, who the fuck cares? We're all on this goddamn rock floating through space together. I'm going to find joy where I can get it. I find joy being around other people that are stuck in this existence with me, okay? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I sound like a self-help person now, but you get it. If you don't. All right. I have not read The Egg Meowser. That sounds lovely. All right. There you go, virtual violence, okay? Yeah, I agree, virtual violence. And weird enough, guys, I do some, like, not weird, I do some spiritualist things. Like, I don't believe in any of it, but you're a human being. Like, you see this thing I wear? Okay, you see this? It's like an old Catholic necklace. I don't even know where I got it. I can't even remember where I got it. Someone gave it to me as a gift, but I almost view it as like good luck. Is it good luck? No. But why not? Why not have a little superstition in your life? It kind of makes it more fun, right? So like I put it on and if I don't wear it, I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to have bad luck today." Does it really? No, but it's fun. Who cares? See? All right. Bye-bye, Tiago. Yeah. See what I mean? All right. It also, by the way, means, folks, that the people, bye-bye, Tiago, that the people that are like at the top and who claim to have accomplished a lot, in the end, they're not going to matter either, right? Maybe we should be more equal to each other. All right. So it pointed. All right, let's do that. That's a good idea, Master. Let's do that real fast, okay? Let's watch that. Since we're on this topic, guys, I hope I didn't depress anyone. I don't want you to be depressed. I want you to be happy. I want you all to find joy in this. I know it's kind of hard to. We'll watch the Kurzgesagt Meowzord. Oh, this looks good. Okay, let's watch this real fast. Why not? All right, let's watch it. 1 second here. And maybe I have seen it.
You were on your way home when you died. It was a car accident.
I can't hear it.
Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. It was a painless death. The
I'm
medic...
going to start it over because I didn't hear the beginning. Okay.
You were on your way home when you died. It was a car accident. Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. It was a painless death. The medics tried their best to save you, but to no avail.
Yeah, this is probably going to be me someday.
Your body was so utterly shattered, you were better off, trust me. And that's when you met me. What happened? Where am I? You died, I said, matter-of-factly. No point in mincing words. There was a truck, and it was skidding.
Okay, this is depressing. God damn it.
Yes. I died. Yes. But don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies. You looked around.
Yeah. Guys, can I just, I know I'm pausing this. Can I just add that death is like such a human experience? Think about it. Like, I know this sounds depressing, but like when we all eventually die, every other human being that's ever existed has gone through the same thing, right? It's like almost like the last big human threshold you cross is death. And it's the one experience that really there isn't much, it's not talked about much because of, there's not really anyone around to talk about it. You see what I mean? Yeah, Matt Saigai, that's even a better way to put it. It's a humanistic, it's an animalistic, every animal goes through it. It's something that unites all living things is death, okay?
There was nothingness, just you and me. What is this place? Is this the afterlife? More or less. Are you God? Yes, I'm God. My kids? My wife?
Yeah, Mayflower Kid.
What about them? Will they be all right? That's what I like to see, I said. You just died and your main concern is for your family. That's good stuff right there. You looked...
Gluteomyalgia, I'm going to respond to that in a second. Well, I shall respond right now. Gluteomyalgia says, I personally believe that energy cannot be created or destroyed, and consciousness has a certain level of energy, and we basically become one with the universe again. You know what, Gluteomyalgia? I've always thought that the Buddhists and even to some extent Hindus, and I know that I'm way oversimplifying here, kind of got it right when they said that like your body basically goes back into the earth, because it does, and it ends up becoming, it's not reincarnation. I'm not talking reincarnation. All the parts of your body get recycled into the environment. Yes, Meowsword, I know. I'm sorry, Matt Saiga, I know. I'm just saying, like, our body itself does become other living things, right? After we die, we become other living things, okay? We feed the grass, okay? So it's almost like death is just one state of matter. I mean, it's when the matter in our bodies goes from one state to another, and then eventually it goes into another form, okay?
Took me with fascination.
See what I mean?
To you, I didn't look like God. I just looked like some man, or possibly a woman. Some vague authority figure, maybe. Don't worry, I said. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfect in every way. They didn't have time to grow contemptuous of you. Your wife will cry on the outside, but will be secretly relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. If it's any consolation, she'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, so what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or something?
This is good so far. I'm sorry, I'm just pausing it so I don't get copyright, all right? Because I think Kurzgesagt, well, we'll see.
Neither. You'll be reincarnated. Ah. So the Hindus were right. All religions
okay. All right.
are right in their own way. Walk with me. You followed along as we strode through the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular. It's just nice to walk while we talk. So, what's the point then? When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby.
Aw. Sorry, Paul. Once again, pausing here. It's more Indian philosophy than Hindu. Yeah, that's fair, Matt Saiga. That is fair. Okay, good correction.
So, all my experiences and everything I did in this life won't matter. Not so. You have within you all the knowledge and experiences of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. I stopped walking and took you by the shoulders. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you can possibly imagine. A human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's hot or cold. You put a tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you've gained all the experiences it had.
Aww.
You've been in a human for the last 48 years, so you haven't stretched out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hung out here for long enough, you'd start remembering everything. But there's no point to doing that between each life. How many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots. Lots and lots. And
so okay, I don't know if I like the term. I get it though. I'm saying like I don't know if the word reincarnation is the right word. I'm just nitpicking. I like what they're saying.
And into lots of different lives. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant girl in 540 AD.
Yeah, Matt, you got it.
Wait.
You got it, Matt Saiga. You see what I'm saying?
What? You're sending me back in time?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I guess technically, time as you know it only exists in your universe. Things are different where I come from. Where you come from? Oh, sure. I come from somewhere else. And there are others like me. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but honestly, you wouldn't understand. Oh, you said, a little let down. But wait, if I get reincarnated to other places in time, I could have interacted with myself at some point. Sure, happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own lifespan, you don't even know it's happening.
Yeah.
So, what's the point of it all? I looked you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe, is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to mature? No.
Sorry, guys. I just need to make sure I don't get copyrighted. But okay, I'm liking it, so I'm just trying to very carefully listen to it.
Just you. I made this whole universe for you. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me? What about everyone else? There is no one else. In this universe, there's just you and me. You stared blankly at me. But all the people on Earth, all you, different incarnations of you. Wait, I'm everyone. Now you're getting it. I'm every human being who ever lived. Or who will ever live. Yes. I'm Abraham Lincoln. And you're John Wilkes Booth, too. I'm Hitler.
What?
You said.
Okay, I'm trying to see where this is going now.
And you're the millions he killed. I'm Jesus. And you're everyone who followed him.
Oh, I get it.
You fell silent. Every time you victimized someone, you were victimizing yourself.
That is true.
Every act of kindness you've done to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any human was or will be experienced by you.
Guys, I think I get their point. Give me a second here. Give it a second. I think I see where they're going with it. For those, and I get it, Matt Saiga. I don't think they're making that. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they say. I think they're making a secular argument here. I don't think it's like a reincarnation thing.
You thought for a long time. Why? Why do all this? Because someday you will become like me. Because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Wow, you said incredulous. You mean I'm a god? No, not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, It's just an egg, I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life. And I sent you on your way.
Exactly, gray stuff. Exactly my point, okay? Okay, so the point they're trying to make here, folks, I've talked about this before on stream, right? There is, I know, I got you, Matt Guy. So I've talked about this before on stream. Do we remember the argument of the veil of ignorance, right? Which I very much believe in. Veil of ignorance. Oh, I forgot the of. Okay, you get it. Veil ignorance. This argument is a philosophical argument that says no one chooses where they're born on the planet, right? You do not choose where you're born. You do not choose the body you're born into. Like, did any of us choose to be born at any particular time or in any particular place or in any particular socioeconomic status or with any particular skin color or with any, but you see what I mean? No, we didn't, right? To an extent, yeah. To an extent, guys, all of us are equal in that we didn't choose where we were born into. You could have just been as easily born in India as in Germany, easily have born in Vietnam or the United States, okay? And these philosophical principle here is that knowing that societies should be judged based off assuming you don't get to choose who you end up being born as in that society. So if you're judging America, you have to imagine that you might be born as a super rich person or as an impoverished person living in Mississippi. If you think of it that way, how might you want to change the society, knowing that if you're born into that society, you might end up as a poor person in Mississippi? You see what I mean? So to an extent, we're all the same, right? We are all just kind of thrown into this mix. And whenever you hurt someone else or do harm to someone else, you're doing harm to someone who is also you, because that could have easily been your consciousness that you're doing that to, okay? You see what I mean? It's all you see what I mean? Like, that person didn't choose to be have that consciousness. You didn't choose to have your consciousness. You get it? Okay. And yeah, we're all one consciousness. We all kind of come from the same. It's not like a consciousness that's all linked together, but like, okay. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying, Matt. It's not like the consciousness is linked together. It's not like it's all one giant consciousness. I don't think I fully follow Asimov's idea there. I know I'm nitpicking here, but it is true that like when you do something to someone else, that could have easily been you, right? You didn't like, okay. There you go. Yeah, we are one, right, Jonas? Okay. And that's what I think, guys, is super special about us humans, right? Any one of us could have been the other of us. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I may have missed it. Okay, when I die, I just want to be done. No more things. There you go. Okay, you got what I mean? All right, you guys. So this is a great conversation. I enjoyed it. I think we lost a lot of people, though. I think a lot of people left the stream when we started going this deep into shit. That's okay. All right, you guys. So let's go on to something else here. What time is it? It's 3:43. Yeah, there you go, Meows. It's like the golden rule. It's kind of like the Christian idea of treat others the way you want to be treated. All right. Okay, guys. Oh, God, that was gross, that picture. All right. So what else did I want to talk about? That was a good conversation, folks. Again, folks, please have your own ideas about these things.
All right, y'all,
I
welcome
do
to the
not
show.
have a monopoly on truth in regards to these things, all right? All right, so I wanted to quickly watch this. All right, this is another PragerU. I know we got kind of deeply into that conversation based off Jocko. This is another PragerU video I thought you'd all find amusing. This one is Tim Pool features in this one. And I haven't seen it, but I suspect it's going to be very hypocritical. Everyone ready for it? Yeah, this is going to be a PragerU sandwich. I know, but wait for it, guys. I think it's going to be amusing. So just let's listen to it again really fast. Okay, let's just watch it. I think it'll be amusing. Everyone ready? All right.
How many times does someone have to lie to you before you call them a liar? 1, 5, 20? It seems like many Americans are okay being
Right,
lied
including
to
my-
over and over and over again. Here's just one example. Michael Brown was a young black teenager.
Of course, guys. Oh my God, of course. Okay, Tim Pool is a liar. He lies to his audience over and over and over and over again. Trump lies to his audience over and over and over and over again. But no, guys, the liars are the left. Of course. Oh my God, this is hilarious to me. Jesus, they have no self-awareness, do they? Oh my God.
A gentle giant who on August 9th, 2014,
Yeah, lying
during a
while black,
routine
right? I mean,
police stop in Ferguson, Missouri,
Yeah, guys.
raised his hands and pleaded for his life as he looked down the barrel of racist white police officer Darren Wilson's gun. Brown famously held his hands up and yelled, "Don't shoot," before he turned and ran. Wilson shot him 6 times in the back, killing him dead. If you bought that, you bought a lie. Here are the facts. Michael Brown was 6'4". He weighed 292
Of course, Lacroix. Of course it's going to be super racist. What do you mean? Of course it is, Lacroix.
pounds, 80 pounds heavier than Officer Wilson.
Gluteomyalgia, liar, left, both begin with S. L. Coincidence? Exactly.
He was a giant, but there was nothing gentle about him.
In your groove, right?
Brown-
No. In your groove, he's tall and black. That's why you have to shoot, according to this, right?
Brown and his friend had just robbed a convenience store. Wilson, in his police car, spotted them walking in the middle of the street. The 2 men matched the description of the thieves.
Yeah, right, Jonas?
Wilson drove up and told them to move to the sidewalk. Brown refused, blocked Wilson from opening his car door, punched the officer through the open window, and reached for Wilson's gun. Wilson fired in self-defense, striking Brown's hand. Brown ran. Wilson got out of the car and pursued him. Brown then suddenly turned and charged Wilson.
I don't know why we're going through all the steps of what happened here.
Wilson repeatedly told him to stop, but Brown kept coming. Wilson shot Brown until Brown collapsed. A local grand jury and federal investigators from the Obama Justice Department concluded that Officer Wilson was justified in his use of deadly force. There is no evidence that Brown ever held his hands up and yelled, "Don't shoot." The whole story was manufactured by the media. It wasn't the first time. It wouldn't be the last, not by a long shot. The biggest whopper of them all was the Russia hoax, the entirely made-up story that Donald Trump, the candidate,
Right, it's good. Right, okay, see here. I'm sorry, guys. If all of that was true, once he starts running away, yeah, absolutely in your groove.
and then Donald Trump, the President of the United States, was a Russian agent. This dark fantasy preoccupied
Oh
the
my God, this is annoying. I don't know if we. Okay.
legacy media for 3 years.
Yeah, he does. Of course he does, Meowser. Because remember, guys, the irony here being that Tim Pool was a Russian agent. Like, I'm not joking. Not like a direct Russian agent, but he was being bribed with Russian money to talk badly about Ukraine. Do we remember this? Was literally paid to be he was a paid shill for the Russian government. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's funny.
It involved dozens of interlocking lies, almost all of which were planted by Trump's Democratic opponent.
There you go, Promethean
Given the
Rebel.
sad state of our corporate media, it is perfectly fitting that the New York Times and the
There you go,
Washington
Voodoo Mouse.
Post won Pulitzer Prizes, the highest award in journalism, for dutifully reporting each lie as if it were the gospel
Meowser,
truth.
Oh my God, I hate it.
Then there was the Charlottesville lie, that the president described neo-Nazis as very fine people at a press conference following a riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, in August of 2017.
God.
He never said any such thing.
Yes, he did. He said that there were very fine people on both sides, and one of those sides had Nazis on it. I'm sorry, Fox Someone, for the jump scare, the Tim Pool jump scare.
There's a transcript of the press conference to prove it. The real quote was, "I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists.
Yeah, it was
They
in your
should
group.
be condemned totally." No matter. The media
Oh, that is bullshit. He said that later, a lot later, okay, after all, he got a bunch of backlash.
had manufactured the story, and they were sticking to it. Additional common sense evidence to the contrary, like the president has Jewish grandchildren, was simply ignored. Or how about the laptop from hell? The computer that Hunter
Oh
Biden
God.
left at a computer.
Guys, I forgot this is from a couple years ago, this video, and I forgot like that I forgot about this timeline. I forgot about all this shit. Oh my God. How long? I feel like half of my life has been spent having to learn, like, deal with this bullshit. Oh my God. Oh, this has been going on for a while, hasn't it?
repair shop and never picked up.
Yeah,
That story was broken by the New York Post in October 2020. In addition to files depicting Hunter's personal predilections, emails and text messages on the laptop suggested that his father, presidential candidate Joe Biden, was involved in corrupt business dealings with the Russians, the Ukrainians, and the Chinese.
I know.
Twitter
Promethean Rebel.
immediately banned the New York Post story from being shared on its platform. Did the legacy media jump all over this egregious violation of the freedom of the press? No. They jumped all over the fiction that it was another Russian disinformation campaign.
Absolutely, Jonas. Absolutely. You wonder, Jonas, I am curious. What do we think would happen, Jonas? Okay, Jonas makes a good point. Jonas says they act like there isn't an abundance of cases where bad policing has resulted in deaths, including white people. I am curious if their tone would even change at all if someone were to bring up at this point, hey, do you remember that white person? Like, if they started listing white people who were killed, do you think he might suddenly care more? I'm curious. Because the reason I'm curious is I don't know if his racism is greater or his bootlicking for the police is greater. You see what I mean? So would he still be like, no, the police are defending themselves because he's a police bootlicker? Or would he be like, oh, well, yeah, those are bad because he's more racist? So I don't know if it'd be the racism thing would be more important to him or the bootlicking. Who knows? You know, it's kind of yeah.
For the record, I don't care whether you think Trump is great or horrible. The issue is not Trump. The issue is truth.
Yeah, Promethean.
How do you determine who's telling it? One obvious way, as I've already suggested, is if someone or some news source lies over and over again.
Virtual violence.
You
Ask
may
him
not
about
want
Alex
to trust
Preddy.
them. Who told you that Supreme Court Justice nominee Brett Kavanaugh was a sexual abuser and a gang rapist?
Because he was.
Or that a Catholic high school kid cruelly mocked a Native American war veteran on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial? Or that mounted border agents used whips to control migrants at the Texas border? The legacy media, the corporate media, the
no, you're right.
establishment-
He's complete. You're right. He doesn't have any. He doesn't have any firm opinions on anything.
media, whatever you want to call them. They've lied to your face, and they'll keep lying. You can keep believing their lies, or you can show a little curiosity and take some responsibility. Read past the headlines. Consume information from across the political.
Guys, this is why I got to be careful. This is why I kind of want to change at the end of the show how I'm always like, think for yourselves, or I'm always like, I say the easiest way you can resist is to. I originally said think for yourselves, and then I changed it to question authority figures. Maybe I should change it because, like, a lot of the right wingers use those talking points, and they're like, read past the headlines, consume information from across the political spectrum, because they're trying to make people mistrust things that are true or are legitimate. Okay. Oh, of course, Meowser, I didn't even know that. So there's no footage of Michael Brown. There's no body camera. So that's a good point, Meowser. Like, it must be from the police report, which he probably trusts himself fully. Yeah. So I need to figure out how to, exactly, Doug. So I'm like, I need to figure out how do I frame that, folks, at the end of my streams? Because I want people to question authority, but I don't want them to ignore people who know better than them. That sounds horrible. You know what I mean? Like, ignore what the experts are saying, ignore the truth. So there needs to be a way of, I want people to, okay, I don't know. I need to figure out a way to framing it so it doesn't sound conspiratorial, because the right wing has ruined that.
spectrum. Determine for yourself who deserves your trust and
You
who
see what I mean? Like, yeah, do your own research. I could just say it that way in your groove. You see what yeah, I could do it that way. Use the proper standards of evidence, evaluate sources, search for primary evidence. Okay. Oh my God, Lacroix, you know exactly what Lugenpresse is. I love your nerdness, Lacroix. Glad you're in the community. Absolutely. Is Tim Pool calling the media the Lugenpresse? Of course he is, Lacroix. Of course he is. You can't let the fascist out of the fascist, right?
doesn't. In the process,
It is, Jonas. They absolutely do.
you'll be surprised how much you will learn. This is how you become an informed citizen. Now that's a novel idea. I'm Tim Pool, host of Timcast for Prager University.
Oh my God, he is one of the worst people. He's not even like, how do I put that? He's not like one of the worst people. He's just so annoying. He's like the little pipsqueak that just grifts all the time, doesn't have any set beliefs, and is so transparently self-conscious of himself, and is so like, you could, guys, you can tell, like when you're streaming or you're doing a video like this, you can kind of tell when someone is like constantly worried about how they look, because they're constantly looking at how they appear in the camera. And whenever I watch him, he's always like checking the camera, like, do I look okay? Do I look bad? Do I look like, am I humiliating myself? He's so self-conscious too. And it's just like, oh my God. And he tries to be like this alpha. Yeah, oh, correct. Oh, you're absolutely right. I am not unreal. Absolutely. Because you can't trust official sources, right? And that's my issue though, right? Because I am not unreal. I'm just gonna call you I am, all right? Like that's why I'm saying like you shouldn't trust what the government says or what like like what the CIA is saying or anything like that. But at the same time, there are also experts out there that are like medical experts and stuff, or people that actually know what they're talking about, that will get ignored. So this is why it's hard to yeah, you think you could do, yeah, I should definitely do figure out what your moral standards are, create a report card, analyze. That is a good idea, Mauser. We should do that. We should totally do that. Okay? That'd be a really good idea to have a stream on that. I also need to do more streams. I did a few streams on analyzing documents, but I need to do more. I need to do more streams about media literacy stuff. I love teaching about media literacy. But I know a lot of you know how to do media literacy. I wish I could get more people out there that aren't educated on media literacy to do those things. Okay. All right. So there we go. Tim Pool being a lunatic and a loser as always. Of course you do, Weirdomorphous Blob. Of course you do. I know you do. Weirdomorphous Blob, of course, always simping for the State Department out there. Right, Jonas? Like, okay. RFK Jr. Weirdomorphous Blob being one of the least people that is least likely to simp for the State Department in the world. Anyway, I trust what I read on Truth. Right, Sir Bartholomew? And like, guys, this also includes, by the way, X or Twitter, whatever the hell you want to call it. I also know a lot of lefties who way over rely on X and things like that. So just, you know, be cautious about these things. Right now, Sora. There you go, virtual violence. Do your own research as long as that research isn't from the cabal of Illuminati trying to control the population with official sources. Did I mention the Illuminati are black? Exactly, virtual violence. They're Somalians. These Somalian Illuminati. Okay, like, all right. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh my God. Here we are on this little blue dot in the middle of nowhere, folks. And we're, anyway, okay. All right. Yes. No, oh, there are, but yeah, you're right. So Promethean Rebel, there are great independent journalists on X, but there's also a lot of, like, you can, but I'm saying if you do use X, just use people on there that are that you know are good journalists and things like that, because a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff on there is just not good. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Jonas, absolutely, okay? Yeah, all right. So, good God. All right, what time is it? It is almost 4 o'clock. I feel like, you know what? Let's find something real fast here on Discord. Has there been any big news that have occurred while I've been streaming that I'm missing? All right. Okay. I'm just going to see what there is to react to over here on our Discord. By the way, please join our Discord if you haven't already. I posted a link to our Discord at the top of the chat of both Twitch and YouTube. If you like the content, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents per month on YouTube. That'll help support me in my hopes to do this for a very long term. And if you know what, let's watch this. You know what, Paleontology Dog, are you still here? Let's do something that's kind of good news. All right? Because, guys, one of the things in the world...
how are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm talking about too much at once. Let me slow down here for a second. Let me slow down. Skip to 9:20. All right. So real fast. If you like the content, thank you. We're going to watch your little clip here about cancer. Did I go to the right spot there? 9:20, like you requested, Paleontology Dog. So real fast, guys, there is a, if you like the content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents per month. It'll help support me in what I'm doing here. Okay. And what else here? Or if you're on Twitch, you can through Amazon Prime for free. You can become a subscriber and help support me by sending me some of Jeff Bezos's money, or you can become a subscriber regularly over on Twitch. And if you do that, you won't have to see any ads anymore. Okay, and you can also in the lower, this corner right here, you see this? This is a QR code. You can use that to send me money through Buy Me a Coffee. If you send me $5 or more, I will send you a personalized video response to your donation. Okay, Louise knows. Louise got one, and it'll be a 30-second video response, and so did a Mad Scene. A Mad Scene also got one. So if you send me $5 or more through there, I will send you a personalized video response to your donation. Okay, and on that note, folks, let's watch this. Okay. Comrade Darkvein. Hello, Comrade Darkvein. I love your name. Love your name. I'm back as an active revolutionary. Almost 7 years ago, I bugged out into the wilderness and have been living out here evading right-wing militias, fed and conducting anti-fascism operations. Resist. Absolutely. Comrade Darkvein, have you been in here before? Love your name. Love it, Comrade. Congratulations, etc. Okay, on being part of the resistance. All right. Yes, we honor you. I don't know. I mean, if you're telling the truth, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I don't know if I know you. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. Okay.
Well, now we got to talk about my story because it's huge and people aren't talking about it.
Okay,
enough.
this is good news, folks. Wait till you hear it.
Yeah, guys, this is huge because scientists in Spain found a way to beat pancreatic cancer in rats. And you might be like, okay, what is so special about this? It's in rats. Well, let me tell you, pancreatic cancer is one of the most fatal types of cancer there is. And apparently only 10% of people who have it live after 5 years of getting diagnosed with it. And in Spain, there are 10,300 new cases of pancreatic cancer every single year. So it is bad. But today, we got the news that researchers at the Spanish National Cancer Research Center found a way to beat this type of cancer, but in rats. Even though it's in rats, it's still a huge discovery.
Right? So even though, guys, it's rats, I know Meowzard's being a bit of a dick. He's being like, my rat is excited for this news. Meowzard, you know very well that that's not how science works, okay? This is good news, Meowzard, because if they've been able to get rid of pancreatic cancer in rats, that opens the door to a lot of other studies and stuff in humans, okay?
Still a massive breakthrough in medicine, because after working on rats, they could develop it more to make it work on humans. Apparently, after giving the rats the new medicine or the new treatment, the rats did not show any major toxicity, did not suffer organ damage, and did not lose significant weight. So it shows that it's a very good cancer treatment. So who knows, maybe in the future we will have a way to beat pancreatic cancer in humans because of this research. Honestly, this is amazing. This is why I love humans, even though we have some weird drama happening in the world.
Comrade Darkvein, I appreciate you, but you might not want to say that shit out loud. just saying, for your sake, might not want to say that stuff out loud. All right, especially on YouTube. But okay.
Politicians fighting. There are still some amazing people actually working to make life better for people. That's the thing. I know people lose hope in humanity and think that everyone is evil. No, there are people who actually are good. There are people who actually work to make...
Jonas, oh my God, I hate you all. Jonas ruining the moment. This was in Spain, Jonas, okay? And Jonas says, nice, wonder what U.S. prices on the treatment will be. Oh my God, I hate all of you. It's supposed to be a feel-good story. It's supposed to be a feel-good story.
Our lives better. And from here, I'm telling everyone working on this, thank you. Honestly, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You know what, guys? I love ending on a nice story. I love ending on stories that just make me happier and make you happier, right? Because it's just nicer, right? End on a good note, right? Yeah, that's it. So that's it for today. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, so that's good news, guys. Some research here on. I know, Dolly Boy. Okay, whatever. You get a bonk. All right. So that's some good news, guys. Something that does give me excitement is when I hear about new scientific discoveries and things like that. Like things like that. Okay. Thank you, and you're okay. You know what, guys? This is what I get for having a community of a bunch of pessimistic lefties. I'm trying to spread some good news here, and then in comes In Your Groove to be like, don't forget that Doge imploded a ton of cancer research. Thanks, In Your Groove. Thank you, Meowzord, who says, I feel good because I'm the same person as the pharmaceutical executive. Thanks, Meowzord. All right. And then, like, okay, you know what? Screw all of you. I was trying to give you an exciting story. Some scientific discoveries are good news. This is a good one. Okay? Yeah, thank you also. I am not unreal. Thank you. All right? Jesus. Exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob. For your sake, comrade Darkvein, just careful, all right? Jonas, fuel... okay, there you go, Darkvein. Congrats. All right, let's see here. The cure to cancer is almost found, and everyone on the news is still talking about the bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Virtual violence. Okay. Didn't China come up with some new cancer? I'm not sure. Probably Promethean Rebel, but I probably haven't heard about it. Probably because stuff like that isn't talked about much. Colloidal silver. Oh, come on, Meowzord, you lunatic. You know that's not true. Okay. Meowzord is not promoting the use of colloidal silver in this chat. I want to make that clear. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So anyway, I just completely lost my train of thought. Okay, so there we go. Thank you, not Promethean Rebel. Thank you. What is it? Who was it again? Oh, Paleontology Dog. Thank you, Paleontology Dog. Okay. Oh my God, Meowzord, you lunatic. All right. All right. Let me just find one more thing here to react to, guys, and then I think we shall end for the day. For now, I'm gonna find one more thing here to react to. Oh my God, there's jesters now. There's another group of jesters. We saw that one. Okay, this was sent by Macy. Let's watch this one. Let's watch this one.
You know, I waited a few days to make this video.
Okay, let's take a look at this one. This is sent from Macy. Thank you, Macy. Okay, you could, right? You could, Doug. All right. So here we got this. By the way, colloidal silver will literally turn you blue. It'll literally turn you blue. Yeah, you should follow on Twitch, Promethean Rebel. Yay, thank you, Promethean Rebel. Okay, if you mean me. So here you go. What I'm going to do here, I'll post it. It's Casual Revolt 1, if you're curious. Because I gotta support myself. Okay, I gotta promote myself. I be blue. All right, so here we go. This is called Where's All the Outlaws? Don't Tread on Me, right? Okay, I'd rather be blue than a red commie. Thank you very much for that. We got now, guys. We went past 200 subscribers over on Twitch, right? We went past 200 subscribers. We now have 210 subscribers over on Twitch, or I'm sorry, followers, not subscribers. 210 followers, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, we go over 200 followers on Twitch. And that number keeps going up, so that's good news, right? Here we go.
Because I wanted to give everybody the chance to speak up, but I can see that oh, you know, I waited a few days to make this video because I wanted to give everybody the chance to speak up, but I can see that that's not going to happen, so I just got one question for you. Where are you real country artists at? Because, see, I'm just curious. Y'all just announced this big red, white, and blue Rock the Country festival, and I see you tossing these beer cans out at these fucking shows like you're some kind of Stone Cold Steve Austin outlaw, but when a man gets murdered in the middle of the street by the hands of the federal fucking government, you're telling me you ain't got shit to say? I gotta watch y'all break your silence and speak the fuck up and then clutch that Bible while you throw on a red hat and a fucking t-shirt and act like you're having some kind of coming out party at these fucking shows, but then you you watch this shit and you ain't got nothing? Y'all come out here flapping them gums and guns like you didn't just see a motherfucker get mag dumped on for expressing his First and Second Amendment rights, and then you come out here and cosplay as some red-blooded American fucking patriot? Yeah, okay, listen up. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret that most of us already knew. You ain't no fucking outlaw, you ain't no patriot, and you for damn sure ain't fucking country. You know, I used to watch my fucking mouth when I talk about the country music industry or the people in it, because I think to myself, you know, I'm just a small artist and I gotta pay my dues so I can get to the same stage as you're on and then affect real change from there. But fuck that. If I gotta defend a state-sanctioned fucking murder to get to the same stage as you're on, I don't want nothing to fucking do with y'all. I already know what some of you dumbasses are gonna come on here and say, oh, we don't use politics to sell our music like you do. Yes, the fuck you do. See, the difference between me and you is it's all a fucking show for you, ain't it? Yeah, you wave that flag around at these fucking shows like it shields you from being the coward that you really are, and you try to sell yourself like you're this small-town motherfucker who gives one flying fuck about the people you're singing these songs to, but we all know the truth now, huh? You can say whatever the fuck you want to about me, but I pay my motherfucking dues right here in Carroll County in the 6XO, bitch. See, I watch and advocate for the farmers in my hometown that are struggling because of a trade war that this motherfucker started. I get the DMs from the single moms in my community that are telling me to keep speaking up because they depend on SNAP benefits because the fucking oligarchs they work for don't pay them enough to feed their kids without it. And that's who I'm writing these songs for. And I got news for you. There's a few of us artists out here that are really standing on that small town shit. And mark my fucking words, we're taking this genre back. MAGA been trying to cancel me in country music for a fucking year now. And guess what? I ain't going fucking nowhere. I want all that smoke. It's Antifa country music from me all 2026, bitch. I'm going to war with country music even if I gotta go my fucking self. And the last thing I'm gonna say is this. We want our fucking flag back.
That guy's pretty badass. I like it. I like him a lot. That's pretty cool. And that's a real blooded, red-blooded American there. I love that shit. Okay. Yeah, rise up. Promethean Rebel. Promethean Rebel, you haven't been in here. You've been in here a few times, Promethean Rebel. So are you from the South originally? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but so you are like a lefty in the middle of a sea of red. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Trey Crowder is really good, Louise. Okay, let me put my face up here. I got to tell you guys, I'm going to say something gross. Well, you know me. I'm always saying something gross. I think his accent is super hot. Like, that accent is super hot. But only, like, in certain circumstances. Like, if you're a badass rebel redneck, I want to fight the system. That is so hot. Oh, my God, please. Give me more of that accent, right? Anyway, so, I got you, Promethean Rebel. You live in Kentucky. I got you. Cool. Danny, have you been in here before? Danny Mirjanovic. Have you been in here before, Danny Mirjanovic? Hello. All right. So folks, I'm just responding to some of the comments here. Promethean Rebel, I love to see more rural and southern leftists or even liberals on their own journey, hopefully to leftism. Yeah, I am a lone leftist in a flood of rural conservatives. Oof, I get that, Promethean Rebel. I'm not, obviously, because I'm in a more rural area, but there's a lot of folks in this community that are, in fact, surrounded by... Oh, excellent. Well, hello, Danny. Glad to see you here. Glad to have you around, all right? Okay. So please come back again, Danny. We love having people around. Okay, we do. So, okay. I'm trying to see if I missed any comments, guys. Link in the bio, rather blue than red. Okay. Is that it? Are you trying to insult me, Matt Saigai, by saying there's only 16 active viewers? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, anyway. You're in North Dakota. Danny, are you a lefty as well? Danny says, I'm in North Dakota myself. Are you left-wing there, Danny? I'm just curious, trying to talk to some of the people here in chat that I am not as familiar with. You guys should join. Definitely, if you haven't, you should join our Discord community. Yes, you are. Excellent, Danny. Yes, comrade. Love to see that. Love to see that, Danny. Okay, don't you love the fascism we're living in, Danny? You know what, Danny? We have someone else here. Same with you, Promethean. We have someone else. Exactly. Doug here. Doug, the guy that just made a comment here, Antifa, also lives in the Dakotas. Lives in South Dakota. So you got a Dakota friend here. I know they're separate states, but who cares? In my mind, they're all one Dakota. Pissed off bartender. Yes, he's also very good, Promethean Rebel. There used to be that guy. I don't know if he's on anymore. I think his wife does them for him. I can't remember what his name is. That was completely useless for all of you. But anyway, he's also a good creator. There's a long history, guys. We've talked about it, that the word redneck comes from a group of miners who wore red handkerchiefs around their neck when they went to war against the coal companies in West Virginia. They're pretty badass. Pretty badass. I kind of want to and I'm not saying that sounds like I'm insulting people who just came in here. I'm just saying real strong tradition of people from rural areas being badass lefties, militant badass lefties. Okay. Of course, that image is not presented in the media, but it's true. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yep. Promethean Rebel, the Battle of Blair Mountain. You know it, Promethean Rebel, the Battle of Blair Mountain. I did a stream on it once. Okay. Yeah. We need Dakota unification. Dakota unification, right? All right. The best state. What do we think, guys? Jonas asks, what are the best states to visit? Well, that's probably very, you should just, I don't know, visit all of them. Hawaii's nice. California, well, Massachusetts is nice. There's, you know, I don't want to be biased. You just sample them all. Sample them all. Sample them all. Why not? Go around to all of them. Maybe there's a few you might want to avoid. You might not want to go to Florida. I'm just saying, no shade to Florida, but me, I don't know if I'd want to go to Florida at this point. Okay. Yeah, DC, go visit DC. That's another one. But I would definitely say New England, visit the New England region, visit the West Coast. There's other places you could visit, but if you went, okay, yeah. Maybe visit Minneapolis, go to Minnesota or whatever. I don't know. Okay, Sam said the guy isn't doing any more, but the wife does it for him. Yeah, no. Oh, I get it, Victoria. Okay, the guy I'm talking about, he is a content creator, and he used to do these talks where he was in his garage. He was in his garage, and he would give these news updates, and now it's no longer him, but his wife that does them, and I don't know what happened to him. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, I love Kentucky too, Promethean Rebel. I've been there. Love the people of Kentucky. Love the people of West Virginia. All right. Also, like, I'm in Ohio. So, but yes, fortunately, the politics in these states aren't great. That's why I said don't go to Florida, because I don't want to support the Florida economy right now because it's sort of a fascist state. But yeah. Okay. A lot of great things to see all around there. Jake Love, yeah, visit France. Why not? Why not? Jake Love, you've been in here for a while too. Where in France do you live? You don't have to tell me where exactly. Are you like near Paris? Are you in the north, the south, the east, the west? Where are you in France? Okay. Bonjour, comment ça va? That's about all I know of French, but okay. Yeah, they're really spiraling, Danny. Absolutely. Not going well there. Yeah, Seattle's great. I really like Seattle. Thank you, Beau of the Fifth Column. Ruin, gotcha. Okay, lovely, Jake. Okay, I know Ruin. I haven't been there. I've been to Paris. I've been to some of the surrounding areas, and I've been to Normandy. Okay, very cool. All right, so show off CR. A little bit. Yeah, it's like okay. Yeah, Beau is decent, right? I don't know much about him, but I've liked a lot of his content. But anyway, love to have you here, comrade, Promethean Rebel. Love to have you here, comrade Danny and Jake. Jake's been in here for a while, but all right. A lot of great things I will say, guys, you know, I'm not like rah, America, but there are great things to see here. Okay, there are a lot of things to see here, just like in a lot of other countries. A lot of cultural experiences to have. I don't want to completely demonize the country. There are, you know, great experiences to have, great things to see. We also, I will say, guys, one of the big things I love about America is the natural beauty. And I know that really has nothing to do with Americans or like our government, but we have some really beautiful natural things. Like the Grand Canyon is gorgeous. We have some, like the Yosemite Park, absolutely gorgeous. You know, how dare you, a bright love? There's some really pretty things here. They're exactly Promethean Rebel, exactly, okay? But like beautiful things to see. The Great Lakes are gorgeous. There's a lot of really pretty things. The Redwood National Park. Yeah, Yellowstone is fantastic. The Everglades, actually, yes, the Everglades are great, but I don't want to go there because of, you know, Florida. Hawaii is absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Lots of great things to see. Okay. So if you ever visit, definitely see some of the natural beauty here. All right. Okay, you guys. So it is currently 4:19. For those that have just arrived, I apologize, but I'm going to be getting off now. Tomorrow is Sunday, which means it's my day off. So I will probably not be streaming tomorrow. I might end up streaming if I feel the mood. If I'm in the mood, I will stream tomorrow. Yeah, the giant sequoias are gorgeous. But so keep an eye out in case I do stream tomorrow. But generally, I don't stream on Sundays. Just to let you know. Love you all very much. I am going to do my sign off now. Okay. So everyone ready? You all know what I'm about to say, right? You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? Don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. What's the first thing I'm going to say? Someone put it in chat. By the way, while I'm waiting for that, let me give some boops. LaCroix, you get a boop. Boop. A Bright Love, you get a boop. Boop. Jonas, sorry, Jonas, you don't like being touched. You get a boop from a distance. Boop. Promethean Rebel, you get a boop. Boop. Druzilla, boop. Who else gets a boop? Louise gets a boop. Boop. Mauser gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else need a boop? We're doing the boops, folks. We're doing the boops. Danny, you get a boop because you're new. Danny gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop? Jake Love, a bonjour, and la boop. Okay, I think that's French, right? La boop. Okay, I know I'm an asshole, Danny. Forgive me. Doug gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Macy gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop before I'm gone here? Comrade, you get a boop. Boop. Virtual violence. Boop. Boop, boop. All right. Everyone happy with their boops? Oh, yes. It says, thank you, Matt Saiga. You get a boop, too. Boop. Everyone happy with their boops. Bombs go boom. You get one, too. Boop. No, Dolly Boy, not yet. Not yet. Okay. I'm building up the tension before I do. Gray stuff. I don't think gray stuff has ever gotten a boop. Gray stuff, you get a boop. Boop. Okay. Everyone happy? Everyone got their boops. Anyone else want a boop? Okay. Anyone else want a boop? Bombs go boom. I haven't seen you in here. Welcome, Bombs go boom. Welcome. Okay, welcome. You got a boop, Bomb. Bombs go boom. Have you been in here before? Have you been in here before? I'll take a drink. Thank you. In your groove. I need a in your groove. In your groove gets a boop. Boop. All right. Oh, I love it. Welcome, Bombs go boom. Welcome. Glad to have you here, guys. Thank you for all the new folks. Bombs go boom. We got who else do we got? We got other people too that I was just talking to, and I'm already my mind is not Promethean Rebel. Oh no, the Promethean Rebel has been here before. The other for Danny. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? For those that just got here, please rewatch the video because I'm getting off now. But trust me, you should come back. Please join our community, folks. Join our community. Everyone ready? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to question authority figures. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly obey authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. God damn it. Because the easiest way to resist is to question authority figures. I'm just a guy. I'm on the other side of a screen. I make mistakes. Don't blindly follow me, okay? We are the anti-cult cult, right? Next. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, right? The way to fight that is through major reforms. We need major reforms in this country. If anything, we need a revolution, okay? You cannot stand in the center when you're facing fascists. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you, okay? Fight the fascists. Do not be a slug. We need major reforms in this country to fight fascism. On the wall behind me is a sword. It's been passed down in my family for many years. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms we've collected over time. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, and night, wherever you may be in the world. Promethean Rebel says, don't obey in advance. Absolutely, don't obey in advance, okay? Keep fighting, resisting as much as you can. Love you all very much. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, day, wherever you may be in the world. Don't give up hope. Love you all very much. Bye-bye.